with our school board meetings and you go over to the RPS website and find the school board tab, you can go to board docs and you can see the slides we will be viewing tonight. I wanted to let you know that your Rochester school board members are comprised of retired teachers, faith community and PTA leaders, grandparents of students in Rochester elementary and secondary schools. We serve on city and statewide boards for arts, technology, and education organizations. Some of us have family members who have serious medical conditions. We are longtime community volunteers working with our district students and families. 2 of us have rising seniors, and we all care deeply about the students and staff of our district. I tell you this to demonstrate the variety of experiences we bring with us today to discuss and make this unprecedented decision. We know what is decided here tonight will impact every family in the district. We have received many emails and phone calls, and we know there are many questions and strong opinions. We know that each family comes from a place of self-advocacy, and that is appropriate. But please know that we are making a decision tonight for our over 18,000 students. Thank you so much. And with that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Munoz.
Thank you. Before we get into the formal presentation, we're fortunate tonight that Graham Briggs from Olmsted County Public Health has volunteered to come to our meeting, and so he doesn't have to sit through the entire night. We're going to have him, he's here just to respond to any questions that the board may have on county data or any questions you may have specifically you want to direct to him. So Graham, welcome to our meeting.
Well, thanks for having me, Mr. Munoz. It's a pleasure to meet the board, even if it is virtually. I'm confident someday I'll get to see you guys in person. But yeah, as Mr. Munoz mentioned, just in talking to the cabinet today, I wanted to make sure that someone from public health was available to answer questions or just be part of the meeting if we're needed for anything. So that's what brought me here tonight, and I'm happy to help out however I can.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. We appreciate that. Superintendent, did you want Mr. Briggs to take questions now, or is he to support us as we go through the presentation?
I would say maybe if he could take questions now, just so he doesn't have to be here for a while.
Board members, are there any questions you want to start with for Mr. Briggs? And I'll try not to call you Mr. Graham, as I know sometimes happens.
Yeah, that does happen with some routine.
Director Nathan.
So I guess I'll start, and it does refer to a slide that's in the PowerPoint, but it's page, I believe it's still page 13 on local COVID data. One of the most common comments that we've seen in the communication that's come to the board is you're not following the governor's guidance for what level we can open schools. According to what the prevalence data, that number that MDH gave us, our starting point is in-person elementary, hybrid secondary, but we've chosen something more restrictive. And there's some information in the PowerPoint that gets to that, but can you help us understand what numbers are beyond that one number over 100,000 that led us to maybe choose a more restrictive model based on the prevalence data?
Sure. I think where our role comes in, and for those I don't remember if I mentioned, I'm the director of public health for Olmsted County. I think as the conversations were happening about how we could do schools and look at safety and social emotional well-being and learning for children and things like that, this is, I would say, the toughest decision that we've had since this pandemic has started. There's I will just say there's not an obvious good answer. There's a lot of really difficult choices and a lot of really difficult information to try to process and come to a conclusion about. So I think a lot of our conversation went to we can develop as a state kind of a master metric, if you want to call it that. That's the number that MDH is posting. We're watching routinely. It's that 14-day rolling average based on the population that you've got locally, called an incidence rate. And so what that's really telling us is over the last 2 weeks, how many people are being diagnosed with COVID. And so that is a starting place. And I think that was an important piece here, is that the state didn't want to set up a situation where Moorhead versus the Iron Range versus Rochester versus St. Paul all have that one number, and that makes a decision for you. And so that number allows us to start the conversation. And so we are lucky here in Olmsted County that we do, in comparison especially to the rest of the country, have a fairly low rate of incidence. We are seeing cases, and we're seeing them routinely, and we've seen little bumps and little spikes and increases and decreases. But overall, the burden of infection and transmission in our community is relatively low compared to some other places around the state, and particularly the nation. And so that puts us into that second range from the bottom. Now, the first range is things are basically normal. The amount of disease that we're seeing, or the amount of transmission and infection that we're seeing in the community, is so low that we can just treat school like we normally would. And that was part of the conversation, is how do we use this to navigate all the way to when we've got vaccine, or there's herd immunity, or this goes away, or whatever. How to measure when we know we're back to normal. And so we're one step above that right now on this algorithm that MDH put together. That's saying we could do in-person elementary, and we could do some sort of hybrid. However, as you start talking about the logistics and what's right for our community and other numbers, beyond that metric, something that we've been talking to the school districts about is we want to be looking at the % positive of cases that we're seeing in our community. And that not only tells us how many cases we're diagnosing, but it tells us, are we testing enough? Because if we tested very little and found very few cases, that master metric would look low. But if our % positive of cases is 20 or 30%, that's telling us that there's a lot more going on in the community than we're finding. And so right now, our cumulative % positive in Olmsted County is about 3.8% of all the tests that we've done have come back positive. When we're looking just back over the last week or two, that's something that we're posting on our website. We're at about 3.5% or 3.5% positive. And so that's another indicator. We've been talking to the schools about absenteeism, and the autonomy and flexibility I think that we are trying to build into this is to be able to say that let's use this hyper-local data all the way down to a principal working with a superintendent in a specific school, especially as we get into flu and respiratory season. If all of a sudden a third of the class is absent one day, we can tell you from a public health perspective what we think about health, but you as educators know schools better than I or anybody in public health does. You know how to teach kids, you know what's important better than we could ever tell you. So I think what we can say is that there's an indicator that's low, or something to be watching is absenteeism, so that if a principal and superintendent see a spike in absenteeism in a second grade class, you may make that decision that let's just pull it back, have everybody distance learn for this week, and we'll work with the health department to get some screening done or figure out what's really going on, and then reconvene in person, the next week or something like that. And so I think the power of the way that this was set up with MDH allows us to potentially follow exactly what that algorithm says, but it also allows us this flexibility, which Mr. Munoz and the school district, I can assure you, spent a lot of time talking. We've talked to them a lot, and we're talking to the other school districts in the county as well, and trying to figure out what's best, I think, here locally. And I'm not sure if Mr. Munoz wants to comment on anything beyond that, but I know that there are other things that are impacting the decision on can you get kids to school safely, and what are we doing about teacher safety, and there's just a lot of that stuff that's been going on, looking at what is the risk for teachers. And so it's not it's not a straightforward yes or no answer, but I'm hoping that helps explain how we're taking a lot of variables and a lot of different pieces of information to hopefully provide that to the district and to Mr. Munoz and his cabinet so that he can make the best decision as to how to educate kids, which is out of our wheelhouse.
Yeah, thanks, Graham. I would also add, I would say both in our conversations with public health and other local medical experts, one of the biggest concerns we talked about is the transportation piece. You know, if we follow what you suggested, we would put elementary all in, which would mean we would not do 50% capacity on buses. It would be running those buses exactly the way we would normally do. And then hybrid, we would, at the secondary level, we'd be at the 50% capacity. But I sensed from both groups that there was a big concern about that transportation piece, and with some students being on that bus for sometimes an hour, there was a higher risk of having all those students on that bus at one time. So I know that was something that we talked a lot about, and I think, like Graham said, it's really that number was a starting point to start having conversations. It was not saying, hey, this is what you should do. I would also say that when we did make the decision, we were on the high end. We were at 18.9%, I think, at that time. That's, 20% you kick down into the next level. So that also factored in that we were on the high end of that range as well.
Thank you. Let's go to Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Appreciate you taking the time. Sorry, Mr. Briggs.
I'll respond to either one.
Deborah set the stage for that, but I'll assume responsibility. I commend the county for the access it's made available to the community in terms of the website. I spent some time this afternoon looking at the information available, and just had a couple of questions, very basic. I did note that the case demographics are updated bi-weekly. Is that correct?
I believe we're updating them weekly now.
Okay.
But it is an evolving thing, as we're getting better at harvesting the data and making it available more in a more automated way. So.
Sure. So the most current data that we're drawing from would then be from the 7th of August. Is that correct?
That sounds right off the top of my head. I believe we would have posted last Wednesday or Thursday, and the most up-to-date information we would have had would have been until the day before that. So I'd have to pull up a calendar here to get the actual date. But okay. It's about a week. But when we post on Wednesday this week, it'll be up until Tuesday.
Okay. And then the more specific questions deal with, are there any cluster concerns? I did note there were references made to the familial clusters, which apparently are the main things which are occurring here. But were there cluster concerns beyond that? And then secondly, not in regards to clusters, but just giving you a heads up, I'm also curious about the breakdown information, more specifically race, ethnicity, and gender breakdown information that was made available on the website. Curious as to whether or not there are any county strategies or programs that are designed to address in the form of outreach and or direct services.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Looking at the cluster analysis that we're doing, so when we identify a cluster, that's basically saying that there's some risk factor that ties a group together. And that could be anything from age data, race data, geographical data. The most common type of cluster that we're seeing are where multiple cases have the same address, meaning in English here that these are household contacts that are being exposed at home. Once one person brings it in, they're passing the virus to other people in the family. And throughout this, we have seen other clusters, and when we start looking at a cluster more closely, there's a little subtle difference here that the media isn't necessarily picking up a ton on at the national level, but a cluster becomes an outbreak once we've really looked at this situation and determined that there's a common source for multiple different people from multiple different households that is potentially continuing to create a risk in the community. And so, as I'm sure everybody here has heard, we did see a cluster associated with 20 to 29-year-olds. Once we started interviewing them, that cluster became more apparent that there was socializing and alcohol involved and things like that. And based on that information and what we were seeing in other places of the nation, when they started seeing this in some other cities, we then subsequently saw those people, while they may be at lower risk, transmit this virus to other household contacts who are at higher risk. And so we made that call based on that outbreak that we had identified associated with the 20-something-year-old crowd to do screening and things like that. So we've seen long-term care outbreaks. We've seen some workplace outbreaks. We're quite similar to most of the, for lack of a better term, the stereotype of the country, where manufacturing jobs and things like that, where social distancing is more of a challenge and that sort of thing. We've seen some outbreaks of cases, and so we to this point, if we're talking about schools in particular and school-age children, we haven't really seen clusters or outbreaks associated with young children. We have had a case or two in a daycare here or there, but we really haven't seen sustained transmission in those situations. We have had an issue with a local sports team with a high school that we saw some transmission associated with that, and I'm guessing this board is aware of that situation and suspension of some practice and things like that to try to interrupt transmission. So so it's something that we're watching. There are, it seems like one of the terms I've used a handful of times here is this whack-a-mole strategy, where 1 week it's the college student age people, and another week it's a long-term care facility, and another week after that it's something else. And so I think that's something our team has been preparing for now, is as we get back into school and districts are deciding how they're going to do this, that we've got some increased capacity to make sure that we can respond if we do see clusters or even outbreaks associated with schools or sporting events or different things like that. And there's always that something you don't prepare for either, that we may prepare for a third grade outbreak but forget that there was the bake-off contest for parents, or something like that. And so we're watching for that. There are clusters, there's outbreaks happening all over in the community that to this point it's about, if I remember right, I've got Tanya on the line here with me too. So Tanya, you always feel free to jump in if you need to. She's one of our operations managers in our EOC. But it's about 4 out of 5 cases, if I remember right now, that when we interview them, do our investigation underneath Tanya's team, we can determine where they were exposed to COVID-19. And so that is another metric that we've got posted on the website that we want to make available for people. That tells us how under control or how aware are we about where the virus is moving in the community. And so about 80% of people, we can say, oh yeah, you were at this place or had this exposure. It's about 20% of those people, then we can't tell you where they got it. We're not sure. If that number starts going up, that's telling us we're losing control, not understanding where there's outbreaks going on in the community, and need to see if we can figure out what we're missing. So it's something that we're working on a lot. I can't say, particularly in high school settings where it does look like older minors are able to transmit COVID-19 efficiently. I can't say exactly what's going to happen with schools, but it's something that we're definitely preparing for, talking to the district about, and have some capacity built into the system here to, I would use the terms quickly and competently respond to clusters and outbreaks wherever we see them, and that includes in schools if we start seeing something around that happen. Do you have anything more about that before I move into race, ethnicity, sex stuff?
No, you're doing great. Keep it up.
Well, thank you. And really not me. I just go and talk to people. It's Tanya and then the people that are doing that work, that they really do the work. I just talk to a lot of people, really, is my job these days, I feel like. As far as, in particular, racial equity is something that we've seen around the country. We've actually seen more obvious inequity based on race in Olmsted County compared to the rest of the nation. It's actually a little bit more extreme here than it is in many other places. And so, while I think we all agree that we live in a great community and there's it's a great place to raise a family, we have inequity issues with health outcomes, and we've seen that in public health for years and been working on it. But since the death of George Floyd, there's been a lot more. There's real attention. There's a community feeling that we're getting in public health that there's momentum to make systemic changes in some of the ways that we do things, rather than working on little things like diabetes outreach to the Somali population, or something like that. So we have not only recognized, and we've actually seen it shift a little bit too as we're seeing the virus move in different populations. We have seen a little bit of a shift back again to the Black and brown population with the percentage of cases that we're seeing over the last few weeks. And we are seeing some risk factors like large social gatherings, like weddings and things like that being a potential risk factor. You gave me a great excuse to talk about prevention, because that's what public health is about. I'd much rather have staff that are going out to the Sudanese or Somali or Spanish-speaking population in our community and asking the community how we can help. Not go out and say this is what we're going to do, but look to the community to ask what we can do, and support that as best as we can, so that we can use community leaders and the methods of communication that, for instance, we learned the Somali community communicates a lot more through Facebook Live than by watching the local news. So I can go on local news all night and say wear a mask, and if the population doesn't see it, we really need to be trying to get out to those communities and talk about prevention, so that if we can prevent the outbreak from happening at a wedding with 200 people, whether that's in the Somali community or in a community in Stewartville, that's a rural population, it's preventing those exposures from ever happening in that wedding in the first place is what we want to do. And we're having to respond, and I think that gets a lot of the attention. That's a lot of time-intensive, very hard work that stops transmission in its tracks if we do it well. It's harder to explain prevention because it's hard to show that you did something good if nothing ever happens. And so the CARES dollars in particular are something that there's a lot of discussion about where we put those resources into our community. And so we're looking at things like trying to work with local contacts in different communities, not just one. I just heard about the Ethiopian community the other day, and us not having language-sensitive material for that community. And so just being able to help somebody that has a voice make a poster that we can post up on the food trucks that cater to the Ethiopian population, and do it in a way that I'm not saying this is how Ethiopian people will understand, but somebody that's Ethiopian understands that this is how I can get a point across about mask usage and why it's important. And so we are putting some funds and some resources into trying to prop up some of that educational material. We have had, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but since the start of this, well, it hasn't gotten as much attention. Tanya might know off the top of her head, but it's got to be over 1,000 people that we've gone out to do prevention and education work, doing these Facebook Live groups with the Somali population in particular, and looking to really build inroads into the Sudanese population that we haven't had historically. Is one of those things that, while I'm ready for COVID to be gone, I can't say it's behind us, and I think we've got a lot of work ahead, even if we're sick of it. One thing I don't want to lose when COVID goes away are these relationships and prevention work that we're doing out in the community, because there's some really amazing stuff that's happening on that side of things that hopefully is part of why we have a lower incidence rate than a lot of the rest of the country. While I can't guarantee that it's going to stay low, you know, some places are getting hit by these tsunamis of transmission, and it's just as hard as you work at it, you can't keep it under control. But we're definitely putting a lot of effort into both prevention and response. And to this point, you know, that incidence rate that Mike mentioned, we got right up to that third tier, you know, recently. And I can directly attribute that to the rise in the 20 to 29-year-old population, where we saw a big increase in cases. We did some really active case finding to go find people that had this and get them tested, get them treated, get their contacts traced. And so our incidence rate went up, but, you know, because of that, but it has been dropping down now again. That is a testament to the work that Tanya's team is doing on, once they find something, they're stomping on it pretty effectively. It's just the resources for that, and I don't know how well the public knows this, but the resources for that are limited. It's so time intensive that going from 10 or 12 or 15 cases a day, we can maybe handle 20 or 25 cases a day for a little while. If we have 50 or 100 cases a day coming through, Tanya could have a whole bunch of people assigned to her, and it gets overwhelming trying to figure out where everybody's been and how it works. So I think that's what you've seen in Miami and Phoenix and Houston and some other places recently, and New York before that, where once the system gets overwhelmed, you're just kind of riding the wave until it starts to recede and you can get control back again.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow, for that question, and Mr. Briggs, for your response, especially when we know that our students represent a wide range of communities and ethnicities. I see Director Workman's hand is up, but I'm going to go ahead first, and then she can ask her question. Can you talk about the time frame we're looking at for reassessment? I know we talked a little bit about this at a previous meeting, between 4 weeks, 6 weeks. What is the health community comfortable with when we start thinking about assessing where we are and perhaps making a change in planning?
Sure, I'll let Mr. Munoz, if he wants to talk about specific dates that the district is thinking about. But just from a public health perspective, it's been pretty well publicized. I think that we're always looking backwards with COVID-19 and with infectious disease outbreaks, where we want to move as quickly as we can to interrupt things that have happened a week ago. And so it does take generally, before we start seeing changes based on levers that we're pulling, it's going to take a couple of weeks before we can start getting a feel for if they're working. And in some situations, and part of me wonders, in low incidence situations, like, you know, we don't have a ton of cases happening, that you might have to see a couple of generations of cases, especially on the bad side of things, where you know, if you miss a couple of cases here or there, that might sneak under our radar. When those 3 cases turn into 30 cases is when it starts to show up. Then that might take 2 or 3 generations of transmission. And so what I think I've talked to the school district about is a general kind of rule of thumb that's starting to come up, particularly because hospitalizations are a key part of surveillance as well, since testing has its great benefits, and it's also got some limitations to it. So we know when people get sick enough to get hospitalized, it's generally a week or 10 days or so after they start getting symptoms. And that varies a bit, but so if we're waiting 4 to 6 weeks, that's giving us some time then to see. We're going a few full incubation periods here. We're watching the hospital data, and there's a number of different things there that give us a little bit of buffer to say that we're feeling somewhat comfortable if we did something 4 weeks ago and don't see any ripples or anything happening, that that it hasn't created a problem situation for us. And so I know Mr. Munoz and the cabinet were talking about dates where they would reassess. One thing I really liked about the plan when he presented it to me was that in there's a need identified that if something happens that we're not, we start seeing a problem, we can pull back quickly. And that might be a classroom, that might be a school, that might be Olmsted County in Minnesota is inundated. We don't really know exactly how that's going to happen. But on the other side of the coin, being able to put dates out to parents and be able to say it's this day that we're going to reassess and see at that point what things look like, and if we can go to more kids in person or change the way that we're doing things, it gives everyone a timeline, a heads up. It's terrible to try to live in a COVID world thinking who knows when this is going to end. We're just going to try to survive it until whenever somebody says it's over. It makes it, for me, I'm a parent of a child in the Rochester Public School District, to talk to my wife and be able to say, okay, so it's this weekend that things might change, and there'll be an announcement coming, so we can plan for that as a family.
Yeah, thanks, Graham. And that's why we set the 6-week time period that we told families we would revisit that. However, the COVID advisory team is getting together every 2 weeks, so we will be looking at information on a every other week cycle, and if something really looks bad, then we won't have to wait for that 6-week cycle to make an adjustment.
Thank you. Director Workman?
There. First of all, I really want to express my appreciation for your being here today. It really helps to hear the kinds of questions my fellow board members have and your expertise in answering them. So I really appreciate that. So one of the things that's being strongly recommended to parents is for them to take their child's temperature every morning. It's sort of my understanding, and I'm not totally well versed in this, that there have been positive cases of COVID without running a fever, but that there may be more evidence that smelling is the first thing to go. And would you recommend that parents and others incorporate this as part of their morning routine, checking their kids?
Yeah, that's a good question. As a parent, to think about my situation too right now, that I kind of go to, if my child is showing symptoms of an infectious disease, whether that's the flu or norovirus or COVID-19, that's a day they should be staying out of school. And so in that regard, you can look at COVID-19 just like any other infection, that if they've got the sniffles or a fever, it's good to keep them home, whether it's COVID or a cold or something like that, so they don't pass that around. Loss of taste and smell is something that some people are getting. It's probably good to have it on the radar. I know that there are cases that have symptoms that have no fever. We've had cases that present as GI, so they have diarrhea and maybe don't have typical respiratory symptoms. And I think of the challenge that the human body faces with a novel pathogen like this is that as you're ramping up an immune response, that virus can kind of wiggle its way into different areas and cause a lot of different symptoms and a lot of different in a lot of different ways, and so it can present very differently based on the person that's impacted. And in some cases too, it's worth mentioning, a pretty significant amount of people don't have any symptoms at all. And so we're still really, you can probably see it when you watch the national news, that we're still trying to really figure out, what percentage of people really are asymptomatic? How infectious are the asymptomatic people out there? Are kids more likely to be asymptomatic? And how does that impact a 5-year-old's transmission patterning compared to an 18-year-old's? And something I think Mr. Munoz and I and the cabinet were talking about with this is that one of the reasons to be conservative is because I can't honestly give you an answer, and I don't think any public health official that is worth their salt in this business can really say this is what it is. Especially when it comes to children right now, there's some contrasting data out there. And as you all know, as being teachers and medical professionals, with the scientific method, it's routine that we're learning as we go, and we're developing data and understanding. And at times, especially in the beginning, some of that is conflicting, and we've got to tease out, just because younger children have a higher viral load in their mouth if they're sick, why aren't we seeing more transmission in daycares? And there's something there that we don't really understand. Being able to use the system that the governor put together, I think, and puts us in a position that this school district can say, you know what, let's dip our toe in rather than jump headfirst into this. And we're going to learn from dipping our toe in what the water is like, and be prepared to pull it back out quickly if we have to. But if everything is looking good, then we can start stepping further into it. And just as a public health professional and parent, I think that makes me feel more comfortable on both sides of that argument, that that we're trying to understand. I think that there's a need for education, and at the same time, there's a need to do it safely. And that's where a lot of this kind of gray area comes in on how can you balance those and ensure that people are safe. Think about families that really have a need for school-based lunches, and that school might be their safe place, and things like that. That there's so much that is beyond just COVID, when it comes to school, that it does become a very complicated thing. So I guess I'm kind of going off track, but the point is, I think if kids are showing symptoms, it's good to keep them home. And if they've got a fever, I think it's not a bad idea to be checking for fever, but not hold that as a gold standard that no fever, you go to school. If they've got a runny nose and a kind of suspicious cough, and they don't have a history of asthma, and you can tell as a parent their eyes are a little glassy, it's all that sort of stuff that as a parent, that this is that year that all of us have probably done it, that you send the kid to school because you got to go to work, you got your things to do. This is that year that you take that into a little bit more account and say, yeah, we're going to figure out a way to keep the child home today and make sure that they don't expose others to whatever it is I can tell as a parent my child has.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate the depth of your explanation. Thank you.
Board members, other questions? I don't see any other hands up, so I'll give you a few moments to think. Mr. Briggs is offering us a lot of great information, and I appreciate your perspective of how public health is one of our partners in this. Also, of course, appreciate that you're a parent. So I see Director Nathan has something, unless, Mike, you wanted to jump in before Kathy. Oh, okay, Kathy, go ahead.
No,
in some of the questions that I asked ahead of the meeting, in the PowerPoint, you broke down some of the infection data based on age, and you talked a little bit about the people 50 years of age or over, and the school-aged cases. And I know, Mike, you said that your work, or public health and the district are working on a breakdown of that data by school ages, elementary versus secondary. So going forward, I'm assuming that that'll be part of the analysis of the data that happens every 2 weeks, not just overall Olmsted County, but really looking at the age groups that are in our buildings.
yes.
Yeah, I think that's something we're working on our end too, is to, if we're going to do this effectively, we need that partnership where a principal or teacher sees that something's happening in a classroom level, all the way up to county level data, but you don't necessarily want to make decisions just on one county metric or something like that. And so being able to, on our side of things too, see if we're seeing a spike in Stewartville versus Northwest Rochester, and once we dig into that, we can see it's focused on 6 to 9 year olds in Northwest Rochester. That's something that we're doing for our clusters as we get into them, to start looking and see if there's an outbreak there. And so it's part of the natural progression. I think if we see changes in the epidemiology of the disease, that we want to be hyper vigilant, watching for changes in elementary and high school age populations, and be able to quickly understand that and be talking to the district about it if we're seeing something, and see if they're seeing something as well and coordinate that together. I don't know if I just lost Tanya. I wanted to give her a chance too before she jumps off. I don't know if she had to. I know she had some family stuff that she maybe had to get to, but I wanted to give her a chance just to say hi and see if she had anything to add too. I don't see her icon on there anymore, Tanya, so you might be gone. But hopefully that answers your questions. Yes, we want to be cutting it down if we need to, right down to a specific classroom, but it really takes a joint effort to do that, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. I guess my last question is how, and I don't know if you can answer this, but we know that there is such an avalanche of information, and of course we want our families to feel safe and confident with the information our district is putting out, which they should. But I know that the city and the county are putting out dials of cases. And I don't want to put you on the spot as if who's got a better dial or whatever, but if parents want, how do you suggest parents kind of keep up on the day-to-day data? We know it comes out every day. What does that mean? How, I don't know. Do you want to just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, that's something that we've honestly been struggling with, just because I'm an epidemiologist by trade before I got into my current role, and epidemiologists we're all kind of cut from the same cloth, where you could just dig down rabbit hole after rabbit hole and look at this stuff all day long, and trying to figure out what's really important is the key to being a good epidemiologist, and pulling the right stuff while not getting sidetracked with all the other trees in the forest. And as we've been going through this pandemic now for, we're at, depending on when the start date you use, 6, 7, 8 months, we're getting much better at understanding that a rolling 7 or 14-day average is a good way if you're testing enough to understand what's happening locally. But then you've got to qualify that with seeing that you're testing enough. So that's where percent positive of your tests comes in. And then on top of that, being able to understand your population enough, when we get back to the race and equity thing too, that looking at hospitalization and how are people really impacted with severity of disease in the population. And so the dial thing that we put together, our epidemiologists spent a good amount of time. My challenge to them was, I want you to come up with 5 metrics that can tell our United States population these days, where we all know that some of the people that may look at this maybe have a 15-30 second chance. You have to tell them, are things good or are things bad? And that's what we've been working on with our dials at the county level, is to try to show you fairly quickly, if you glance at it every day or once a week or something like that, are we going up, are we going down, and are we in a good place or a bad place? And then if you want, you can click on that hyperlink and now dig into the actual trending charts and all that sort of stuff if you want further analysis beyond that. So those dials that we've got should be a quick way to get a feel for what's going on. I think we talked to Rochester, the city of Rochester, quite a bit too. We knew that they were looking at putting up a system as well that was city specific. And so I think my answer to that would be that at the county level, as a health department, we're looking at the county as a whole generally, and there's some talk about maybe slicing data and making it available through MDH and therefore through the county too, down to zip code level and some things like that may be in the works. But we're generally trying to look at how health is impacted at the county level. Rochester then is able to dial down a little bit more detailed, and some of their metrics may be a little bit different. They're coordinating with our EOC, daily, and take a little bit different approach with. I know that they've got it labeled as moderate right now with our risk in the community, and we didn't want to put a label on and say it's high or moderate or low. We wanted to say, here's what our dials say, and you can take that information for what it's worth. And so really, they're kind of saying the same thing, I think, in just a little bit different way.
Great, thank you. I see we have Director Workman and then Director Amundsen.
Yes, thank you. So going back to the dial, I see that's one piece of information, and we have been reminded of that quite frequently in the last day and a half from emails from folks. But that information on the dial, just to reiterate, is not the only consideration that we would take in terms of decisions that we make, either district-wide or building-wide or digging down to the classroom. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, but I think the way that I'd explain it if somebody on the street asked me is that what we put up on the Public Health Department's website is public health data. And so we are experts in talking about data and health of the community, but we are not experts in being teachers or how to run a school. And so I can give all the best information that I can make available to Mr. Munoz and the cabinet and to our other superintendents around the county, and cut that however we want to, share it with them, show him some things that we think look shiny and bright that he might want to see. But it really comes to the professionals in the education environment to use that data to make the best informed decision they can. And we say that often, that whether it's Mr. Munoz or a resident that lives in Northwest Rochester, and the more information that they've got and the better they understand what that information means, the better they can make an informed decision about whether they go to the grocery store today or have their groceries delivered or go with a hybrid model for schools.
I think that was very helpful, because I think it shows once again that it's the local data that we can have within our system that's really important in addition to this, because what Stewartville or Byron or Chatfield might decide based on their local factors could be very different from what we decide for our system. Is that more or less correct?
Yeah, it varies. I think Mike mentioned, busing is one of those things that our numbers are low, and that's great. I love that, we're in that second tier, and I hope we stay there until we get to a lower tier below that. But when it comes to busing students safely, I'm a lot more comfortable, in those conversations hearing that, well, I don't think we can bus students and keep them all 6 feet apart with masks, and we can't really ask parents to all drive their kids into school. That's not going to work for some families, and so that's where that teaching, that education professional comes into play, where I would have never guessed about buses or what your capacity is, or
Sure.
whether you just hire more bus drivers or how that works, but to be able to use that information to then think about the logistics of how you do education and what's most important, I feel like is a good example of what works for Mike and for this district is hopefully what the cabinet and Mr. Munoz are able to put together and find a way that works for the teachers and for the parents and for this community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Melissa?
I put my hand down, thank you.
Oh, okay.
You can still ask the question. You don't have to.
I think it got answered. Anything else, board members? Don't want to keep Mr. Briggs here all evening, but it is sort of a fascinating subject, fascinating time in your profession, I'm sure. And of course, you are, after we're done wrapping our questions directly to you, you're welcome to stay for as long as you like, or sign off, as Superintendent said. Anything else, board members?
Right.
Not
Thanks.
seeing any hands.
Thanks, Graham. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. It's great to get a chance to talk to you all, and I can come back whenever Mr. Munoz needs me. I'm glad to help out however I can.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. I think
Superintendent?
I will, I'll share my screen here and we can start the slide presentation. All right, before we get started, I do want to make a couple comments. I told this to the media on Friday that this was the most difficult decision I've had to make in the 40 plus years I've been in public education. And I think something that people don't understand, that this decision is not only impacts our students and staff, but our entire community. I believe if we open up too quickly and increase the positive cases, then that's going to have a huge impact on our community, our economy, in our community, and everything. So there was more than just factoring in what's best for our students and staff. That's our top priority, of course, but also knowing that whatever decision we make could have a huge impact on our community. I've heard from students, I've heard from families and staff who want to return to school and from whom we're fearful of their safety if we did return to in-person learning. And I know the board has heard from both sides as well. I believe we need to open slowly, gradually, and carefully. If we do this, not only can we stay open, we can bring even more students back in person over time. If we open too fast, the students get sick and adults get sick, and if we have to shut back down in 3 to 6 weeks, I believe that's the worst possible outcome, which could further traumatize our students and endanger the adults in our students' lives. So, first of all, a little bit of background information the board's familiar with. We've had 160 individuals part of our task force, and you see the makeup of that group. And we're very fortunate that we had representatives from Olmsted County Public Health and other medical experts. The board's familiar. We did a parent thought exchange to get their feedback last spring on distance learning. We did a parent survey that we shared at the last meeting, the themes from our parent survey. We did a live community town hall. We did staff surveys returning to work. We did staff surveys feedback on the 3 models. We did student listening session at the high school level. We met with the REA Association, school principals and support departments. We met with, as I said, Olmsted County Public Health Services and other local health partners, Mayo Clinic and Olmsted Medical Center. We had guidance from the MDH and MDE, and also guidance from the CDC, and also the International Center for Leadership and Education, and then had many conversations with Big 9 superintendents and other superintendents across the state of Minnesota. And then we also just recently received information from the Minnesota State High School League. The board should be familiar with this. We shared with this slide with you before. This is the work we did with the Dr. Daggett and the ICLE group. We used the 12 key areas for reentry as the task force did their work. The task force met for 4 days in July, and then they reviewed the family feedback in July and provided themes to the board. And then we will, on the 18th, show you some of the themes from the staff survey. For the parent thought exchange, we had over 2,000 participants answer the survey. As you can see there on the slide there, those 2,400 individuals created 3,200 thoughts. And then the parent survey, we did say, which learning scenario are you most comfortable with? So you can see there that in-person and hybrid is almost dead even there. And then below you can see the percentages for those preferences. We had a community town hall on July 23rd. We had more than 130 individuals participate in that, where we were able to present the 3 models and took a lot of questions and answers. And then we also had a replay of the video was available on the district website. And then I'm going to turn this over to Carl.
Superintendent, pardon my interruption. Would you like to take board members' questions as we sort of go through? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
We'll
take questions after each presenter. So I guess I should ask, was there any questions for me before I turn it over to Carl?
I don't see any hands, but yeah, so let's go after each presenter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Carl.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members. I have a couple of slides now and then a couple of slides closer to the end. As Superintendent Munoz referred to, we also did a survey for staff and their feelings about returning to work. And again, you can see the chart that has the preference that would indicate distance learning was the most preferred for staff members. And we also highlighted that the composite score for The hybrid model between staff members and families was very similar at a 2.16 and a 2.1. Mike, are you advancing the slides?
Yeah. All right, for some reason, Carl, it's not letting me advance the slides here. There we go.
Oh. And then my second slide for right now, just to highlight some of the communication that took place. We did have meetings with our union leads. In addition, we had one even right when COVID started last year. In the meantime, we've had 3 more. We had one in the spring, and I think we had 2 during the summer, even though it says 1. So we wanted them to have updates and talk about staff returning to work even when there weren't students and instructional staff here, and what that was going to look like, and just providing them updates and the opportunity to ask questions. Usually during the summer, we kind of put a hold on our meetings with REA during the school year. We meet weekly, and to Dan and Angel's credit, they've been willing to continue to meet with us, problem solve, again, communicate, talk about, here's what we're thinking, here's what the plan is right now, getting their feedback. And I would say towards the last 3 weeks, daily conversation probably wouldn't be much of an exaggeration. Later on, I'll be talking about we sent out a survey on Friday afternoon, and a lot of times it would be giving Dan and Angel a heads up where we're at, saying, here's the survey we're looking at sending out. Do you have any concerns about it as from a contract issue, or how do you think this is going to be received? And making adjustments if they had feedback. So I feel really good about that communication piece with our union and letting them know what direction things were moving. If there was a change, just making them aware of that. Any questions for me for these 2 slides?
Carl, can you just explain for maybe new viewers REA and then who Dan and Angel are, just to ground us, please?
Certainly. REA is the Rochester Education Association. That is our teachers union, and Dan Kuhlman is the president of REA, and Angel Morales is a field rep for REA and Education Minnesota, and those are the people that we mainly meet with to talk about issues or to communicate, or if they're going to bring issues to our attention. Yeah.
Thank you. Just try not to use, try to help us not use the acronyms that we might be familiar with. Now I'm going to have, oh goodness. I can see that somebody's got their hand up, but I can't see who. Okay, it's Director Nathan. Sorry, figuring out my screen.
Carl, on the results of the family and staff surveys, do we know by elementary versus secondary if the composite score preferences for any of the models were in the same alignment as the overall scores?
That's a really good question here. I have the results. Unfortunately, at this time, Director Nathan, I don't think that was broken down by elementary and secondary. As I'm looking at the spreadsheet results, we asked if they were a teacher or not. They're a teacher or paraprofessional, but we did not break down that grade level from what I can tell. Now, if I find out something different, I can certainly get that to you, but just looking at what I have available in front of me, it doesn't look like that was separated.
Okay. Director Marvin.
Thank you. Mr. Bakken, I'm not surprised, but I'm really grateful that you've been keeping in such close communication with the Rochester Education Association and with other groups who are involved in working in our schools. A question that we have gotten a lot as board members is, why is it so easy for other people to go back to work, after their businesses have been closed down. What's the difference between that and teachers going back to work? And as you know, and I was grateful that Mr. Briggs mentioned this too, it's different when you're going back to work with a group of 6-year-olds or 16-year-olds, and you have to figure out how. It's not a group of adult employees who have excellent control over what they do and with whom they do it. But as a classroom person, you're thinking about them in the classroom, keeping them distance, in the hallways, in the restrooms, before and after school, getting on and off buses. And it's different. So I think that's important that we keep that in mind too as we're deciding how we send our kids back to work. Those employees do understand that it's the best job in the universe, but it's challenging and it's different from any other kind of workplace as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, thank you for that.
Okay. All right. We can move. I don't see any other hand, so we can move ahead.
All right. Okay, next I'm going to turn it over to Amy Ike.
Good evening, board members. It'll be my job, once the slide changes, to give a little bit of background on the MDE, MDH process, more to ground our public viewers, but also to remind you sort of the directives that we were given along the way. MDE and MDH worked very closely together, and so yes, ma'am?
Can you say what MDH and MDE are?
Sorry. Minnesota Department of Education and Minnesota Department of Health. Thank you. Worked very closely together, and so if I refer to one, I'm often referring to both of them. They were partners in this work along with the governor's office. So they gave us a 5-step process that you see reflected in the slide. And then on the left of the slide, you see links to 3 major guidance documents that were provided to school districts. The first one was provided back in the second half of June when we were given the directive to begin to prepare for 3 possible models this school year. That was about a 100-page document, and it was accompanied with a separate Minnesota Department of Health guidance document. The next 2 were provided more recently on July 30th when the governor came out with the information that you see on the right side, and the directive that each school district, in consultation with its public health and medical experts, should determine the base learning model for back to school. I would point you to steps 3 and 4 because that really has been the crux of our work over the past 6 weeks, I would say, but especially since the governor's announcement. And that is that we needed to come together and not only look at the starting place that MDE had identified, which we'll see on the next slide, but also our ability to implement that starting place. And as Mr. Munoz said earlier, this is one of the most complex situations that the education field, among other fields, has ever faced. And I think it's one thing for our leaders in St. Paul to name the models. It's another thing for us to say, can we really achieve this? And back to Director Marvin's comment that she just made about why can other people go back to work and why is it any different for teachers? I would posit that perhaps in other industries, they don't have to relearn how to deliver their work. And in education, we know that things are so different under the pandemic that we actually have to go through some productive struggle. You've heard that term when we talk about students, but in this case, it's the adults who are perhaps feeling a bit unsure about their abilities under the new system. The The good thing is we're starting with a lot of context and skills and background knowledge, so there's a great chance for our success, but it really is undertaking a whole new model of instruction. I would also just mention here that you may hear smaller districts come out with one model and wonder why a large district like ours might not be able to achieve the same thing. And that comes in those steps 3 and 4 that you see there to say, can we implement this? So when you think of a small district, adding 1 or 2 bus routes is in a whole different level of both financial and logistic undertaking compared to a large district like ours. If you say 10% of teachers might be out in a small district, that could be 10 teachers. In our district, that could be 120 teachers that we need to cover. And so I would just put that into the context tonight, that large districts and small districts operate quite differently, and I would perhaps just warn against comparing apples to oranges, per se. So on the next slide, you have the chart that folks have been referring to tonight, both Mr. Briggs and Superintendent Munoz, on where the governor said we could begin our conversation. And so we were in the 10 to 19 at the upper end of that when the governor's announcement came out on July 30th. We were at 18.95. And again, this was a place to begin the conversation. The commissioner, in her directives to superintendents and district leaders, made that very clear. And as you already have heard discussed, transportation was a key factor in whether we could achieve that with the inability to social distance at full capacity, sometimes up to an hour on bus routes. We also looked at the other health data, like Dr. Briggs had said, or Mr. Briggs had said, in terms of the age risk that comes with COVID, and also some of the youth transmission rates as well. And then we also looked at something that all the way along has been advised as a deciding factor by the CDC and the Department of Health, and that is predictability. That is whether we can control a situation and the factors which might increase or decrease transmission. And as you know, the model we've chosen focuses on a little bit more access for elementary students, where we feel that predictability is higher, and less access to, at the beginning, for our older students, where the predictability is lower. The next slide does just highlight the elements of protective factors that have to be in place for the different scenarios for in-person and hybrid. That is whenever you bring people together on the left, and then just the hybrid is in the right-hand column. So if we were all back, we would be in the left. Hybrid has both columns. And our plan does meet all of these requirements. And the next slide just talks a little bit about putting the safety of school staff and students at the foremost. So even though our case rate data put us in the second level, you've heard discussion already that we're not prepared to go into that completely yet. And as you know, we learn as we go. We're certainly better at doing many of these preventative measures now than we were on March 16th when we first heard about all of this. We've had some practice in some of our smaller programs in the summer, and I would say that has helped us be more confident that we can achieve some of those during the school year. And the last slide that I'll talk about is a little bit of that COVID local data. And we happen to put the city dial on here. Mr. Briggs talked about the county dial. They both have them. But this moderate risk is based on 5 elements of the case incidence, that is how many cases, our positivity rate locally, the impact on the healthcare system currently, and whether testing and contact tracing are sufficient. I think we are very fortunate in Rochester to have such a fantastic medical system and public health system. And perhaps because of that level of privilege, I think we maybe expect that we'll be able to go about our normal business. But I always keep bringing myself back to the fact that we are in a pandemic. And the reason that we adjust our practices, is because of that. This is not just an inconvenience. This is a serious medical situation. So what you see on this slide there are some of the things that we took into account. One, that about 36% of our teachers and paraprofessionals are 50 years of age and older, and the rate of hospitalization, that is more serious illness with COVID, is higher as you get older. So the 50% rate is higher. If you go above 60, it's even higher, above 70, even higher, etc. And so if 5 of our teachers end up with COVID among 50 and older, we would expect one of those to have a very serious case and potentially be hospitalized. That is a major risk factor for our staff members. And so we did take that into account. When we met with Olmsted County on, last week, Monday or Tuesday, they had record of 210 school-age cases so far, which is a small percentage of the overall, but it does still show us that school-age children are testing positive for COVID. And so we want to be aware that it is in our community. And we did talk at length with Mayo Clinic and with Olmsted County Public Health about the conflicting data coming out, the conflicting studies about whether youth are at less risk of transmission or cause less transmission or not. And the general takeaway from that is that it's inconclusive yet. We're still too young into this virus to know that for sure. And then finally, we did look at that no known contact rate that Graham had mentioned earlier, that about 20% of cases, or 1 in 5, we're not sure where they got it. And so that indicates that we're probably seeing some general community transmission. And again, that's what leads the city style here to be in that moderate level. So that's the end of my current slides. I'd take any questions on these.
Thank you, Ike. I don't see any. Oh, Director Barlow.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions, Amy. First of all, some of the information you cover is excellent. It provides a greater sense of understanding. It takes it beyond just the numeric value of, high or low in terms of risk, but it factors in other key components as well. Could you speak, and I know it will be addressed actually in the base plan, but you did reference it in terms of the required components for hybrid learning, but more specifically, school facilities being at 50 and transportation at 50. And I do know, and I'm willing to wait and have the clarification occur later, but I do know these are some of the considerations for our elementary schools and what you've done to accomplish that. And it seems like, and can I be direct in my question, would it have been possible to have done that in our middle high schools, specifically school facilities at 50%? I'll stop there. Would that have been possible?
I think, and others can speak up as well, but I think from a numbers only perspective, yes, probably. And Scott and John might jump in from a transportation angle and tell me or tell you something different. But I don't think it comes only down to numbers. It comes down to that predictability and our ability to ensure that the preventative measures happen with fidelity. And I think that's harder the more independent, the older, the more independent the student body gets. And so from a numbers perspective, perhaps, but I think it's more nuanced when it comes to how well we can have students follow those safety precautions.
And I'm satisfied with that response, and so Scott doesn't need to offer more. My final inquiry has to do with slide 9, bottom right, the statement, regardless of learning model, all public schools must offer an equitable distance learning option to all families.
Yeah.
And if going into this, and what lessons we've learned from spring, that there were some families who perhaps that did not occur then, well, or it may not have occurred, what have we learned from that that will allow what we're proposing now to ensure that equitable distance learning will be made available to all families?
So I'll just make a short comment and then perhaps send it forward into the presentation for more coverage of that later. I would say the work of the task force was key in differentiating our spring experience, our first time through, and what we will offer this fall. I think we heard loud and clear from parents and students that they want a different experience perhaps this fall, and we took that to heart, and a number of subgroups on the task force worked on the blended learning model, the standards prioritization, rigor and relevance, to say how could this look different this fall. And you'll see some logistical change in terms of asking staff to work from school while the supports for learning are present, some of those things. But I think you'll also see quite a bit of resource development, training development, things like that that have come out of that task force work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Nathan.
So Don asked the question about the required component for hybrid learning at the secondary level, and Amy, you talked about the numbers perspective. I'm assuming you were talking about the school facility numbers. So I think what I heard the superintendent say with regard to transportation is according to the models that were available to us and our current prevalence numbers, the least restrictive option, I guess, that we could have used for secondary students was hybrid learning. And that would have still meant social distancing. That would have still meant 50% capacity. That would have still meant transportation at 50% capacity, and then the staffing to meet the requirements. Right. But what I hear you saying, Amy, and I just want to make sure, because I think this has been a big concern from a lot of the feedback we've gotten, is that social distancing of 6 feet and carrying out the other health and safety practices and disciplines is the piece that you didn't feel that the task force didn't feel that we could do with fidelity at the secondary level.
I would say yes. Overall, the more independence the student body has, probably the less predictable the environment, if that makes sense. And it looks like Mr. Munoz wants to speak to this too.
Yes, I would say that's true, and just things that we have seen happening in our community, and I think board members are aware of some of the high school parking lot issues that were brought to our attention. And then I think we've seen at the national level with some of the states opening up last week, what we were seeing and hearing about at the national level, at the high school level. I think all that put together just felt that it would be much more challenging for us to get secondary students to comply to the social distancing requirement that goes with the hybrid model.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move forward. I don't see anybody else's hand.
All right, now I'm back to this. Just for a refresher, going to kind of summarize the base model that we are recommending tonight. Most elementary pre-K5 and Lincoln K8 school would receive face-to-face instruction 2 days per week. I know you've received some questions about Lincoln, and we have always, even prior to me getting here, Lincoln has always been on the elementary schedule. Before the pandemic, they followed the elementary schedule, so we just felt that it would be best to just keep them all on the same schedule. And then 3 days would be distance learning. This approach would accommodate half of the students on campus at one time. This way it allow us to practice that social distancing. We would dismiss the elementary school approximately 1 hour early. That's if the board would allow us to do that. And a lot of that has to do with the feedback that we were receiving from the staff survey, and also what we were hearing from Longfellow, that it was very challenging to have your in-person students the entire day and then try to find time to accommodate the other half of your students that are doing distance learning. So we felt that if we could get an hour early dismissal, that would give teachers time at the end of the day to connect with the other half of students that are home doing distance learning. Wherever possible, students would remain with the same students throughout the school day to increase the safety of our students. That's another reason why, I guess, back to what we were discussing earlier, at the secondary level, it's not the same cohort of kids going from class to class. Whereas the elementary, you have all of the students sticking with that one teacher, except for when they go to a special, and that would be the same group of kids going to that special. So that was another factor. Most secondary students, 6 through 12, would participate in 5 days of distance learning. There will also be opportunities for secondary students to receive in-person support by appointment in the areas of academics or technology or mental health. Some pre-K elementary and secondary students in special programs like intensive special education, Project Search, RAIL. Not on the slide. We've also had conversation about should we consider doing maybe much of a hybrid model for our EL newcomers program, that it might be important to bring those students in person part of the week as well. So they would be doing the hybrid model, even though they may come back. Some intensive special ed programs may come back more than 2 days during that week, depending on what the IEP says and what the IEP team decides the best interest of that student.
Do you want to take Melissa's question now, or do you want to finish your next slide?
Sure.
Go ahead, Dr. Robinson.
Thanks. The release of 1 hour early, how will that affect So we have to provide bus transportation for other types of schools. For instance, Catholic schools have said that they want to go back full-time in person. What happens with busing for them, and what would happen if we're letting out an hour early?
Yes, and this is actually a question that we reached out to the Commissioner of Education, and we're only required to provide the exact same amount of transportation that we provide for our students. So unfortunately, they would have to follow our schedule or arrange for their own transportation.
Great, thanks.
Okay, looks like you can move forward, Mike.
Okay, right. The first 2 weeks of school vary from the overall pattern, responding to requests of staff for additional professional development and making connections with families. We have reserved Monday and Tuesday, August 31st and September 1st for additional planning time and PD, and this is also something that if the board approves this base model, then we will be coming back to you on the 18th with a approval of a modifying the calendar to make August 1st and September 1st non-school days to provide more opportunities for our staff to get some PD and planning for their model. Okay, here's an example of elementary schedule for the next few weeks. Group A would meet in person on Mondays and Tuesdays. Group B would meet on Thursdays and Friday, with Wednesday being distance learning for all. And what that allows for really deep cleaning on Wednesdays between the two cohorts of students. And in our COVID advisory team meeting, which was on Thursday of last week, they felt this is really a good model because if a student would be positive on Monday or Tuesday or exposed, usually symptoms would come up prior to them returning that next Monday again. So parents would be able to recognize those symptoms and not send them to school. So right now, Longfellow is doing the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, with Friday being the distance learning, but after further conversation, we felt having Wednesday being that total DL day would be better for safety's perspective. So you see the schedule there for the next couple weeks. And here's what a secondary schedule would look like. They would also have that Monday and Tuesday for prep and professional development, with distance learning starting on the 2nd.
I'm going to jump in here and then allow Director Nathan to ask her question. So just wanted to reiterate what you were talking about in the schedule that we proposed. Both Mr. Briggs and Dr. Crane from Mayo Clinic, the pediatrician, were on that call and really did speak to, they liked the split of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off, Thursday, Friday, and described it as, if a student, as you said, Mike, if a student was exposed on a Monday, Tuesday, they probably would be possibly becoming symptomatic later in the week or over the weekend. I also think, we are really fortunate in where we are in Rochester, that our test results are pretty quick. And I know, folks know that I watch other district meetings, and they're talking about getting test results back in 2 to 4 days. And here in Rochester, we're really fortunate to be able to get those test results back, oftentimes in less than 24 hours. So that really is going to help if there's an exposure and if there's a positive test to help mitigate bringing that infection back into our schools. Kathy, go ahead.
So I have 2 questions. I did not click early enough on your previous slide, but I'll ask a question about the schedule first. So the workshop days that are currently in the calendar for the week prior to the 31st, those will remain in place?
Yes. And what we were hearing from our administrators is that their staff believed that they need additional time. our back to school week is only 4 days, so they were asking if they get 2 additional days to get ready, and we decided that we could not only provide district professional development, but also give them opportunity to get ready as individual teachers. And I think some of the elementaries were even talking about doing something very similar to what Longfellow did, is using some of that time to bring a student in with one family member, something similar to Step Into Learning, but done a little bit differently.
Okay. And one more question on the base model slide. You had answered a question for me previously about the use of the small cohorts in elementary and how that had worked this summer in summer childcare. Can you it might provide some reassurance if they know that we've already done it before and how it's worked.
Yeah, I will speak to it, and then Amy, if I forget something, you can jump in as well. But what they're doing for SAC is it's a group of 8 students with 2 adults, and that's the only individuals that they interact with throughout the entire day. So we're trying to do something very similar at the elementary level, but in some cases it may be more than just 8 students. A lot just depends on what 50% of that classroom is after you've taken out those students whose families have chosen distance learning for every day. So, but I don't know if Amy, if you want to add any more to that.
I would just say that MDE did loosen that 8 number over the past couple of months to as high as 15 in those pods. So we would still be within MDH, Minnesota Department of Health recommendations for the pod size. And the key is just to reduce possible exposure.
Thank you. Looks like you can go ahead, Mike.
All right, just for the base model, what you can expect. We're going to use a common online platform in the Google Suite for Education, and this is something that came out loud and clear from the parent survey from last spring, is that they wanted one common online platform, and they said it was very challenging when they had multiple kids at different levels, and each level using a different platform. So we're going to use Google Suites. Classes will take place as if students were in the classroom. For example, at the secondary level, if I have biology at 8:35, I need to check in at 8:35 with my teacher. Now, I may not be on screen the entire time for that 42-minute class, but you're going to check in at the beginning of the period. Teacher will have either having a lesson or something, but we're going to expect our secondary students just to follow their schedules if they were physically in school without the pandemic. So that's an adjustment that we made based on what we learned from the spring. Students will receive weekly schedules, either a Friday or Monday, and this is another thing that came on very strongly from our parents survey, is that it'd be nice if the parents knew early what the schedule was for the entire week. So we're giving our staff that they need to make that available to the students and family at least Friday or Monday at the latest. Students will have daily interaction with a licensed teacher. One of the things that we're looking at is we know we're going to have some staff that may be at risk category according to CDC guidelines and unable to come in person and do any instruction. So we think we can use some of those teachers to do maybe some of the elementaries who are doing, the hybrid model. Students with needs in English learning, special education, reading, and math will continue to receive instructional support. We'll do just like in the spring. We're going to continue doing the SEL learning. Secondary students will earn A, B, pass, or no credit. Elementary students will continue to receive standard-based feedback, and families will receive weekly communication from their school. And why this model? And I think, Graham kind of shared with you some of the data and conversations that we were having. We considered the experts from medical and public health advice, guidance from the Minnesota Department of Education and Minnesota Department of Health, and the input we received from our students, families, and staff. As Amy said when she was presenting, that one challenge often raises a different issue, and We believe that the model that we are suggesting balances not only safety and also the wellness of all involved, while considering what we can operationally achieve to meet the learning needs of students. And we plan to put common questions and answers will be posted on our website, and families are encouraged to contact our school administrator with any additional questions that they may have. Okay, before I turn this over to Heather, is there any additional questions for me?
Yeah, I have one. And I don't know if you want to talk about it here or at a later slide, Mike. If you want to say anything now about what the distance learning option for elementary students might look like. I know you have a DL slide coming up, so just wanted
Yeah,
to
I think,
Jenny.
yeah, I think I'll wait until we get to that slide.
Okay, and then my second question is, do you want to, do you have any information or, I'm not asking to be real specific, but some of our smaller programs that we've talked about, RAIL, Rochester Area Independent Living, or Right Fit program, or Apex, any of those. I know maybe those are still to be determined, but we do have a number of high quality special small cohorts of students.
Yeah, I think we haven't finalized which of those that we, at the secondary level, will do some form of hybrid, but we do know we are having conversation about all of those, but haven't finalized which of those we know need to be brought in person at least part of the week.
Okay, thank you. We have Director Nathan and then Director Workman.
So Superintendent, I want to make sure I heard you right on the base model, what to expect. I think I heard you say that students will follow their schedule as if they were in school. And I know that we've received a lot of feedback from parents who are working outside the home or working inside the home and are actually not allowed to provide distance learning to their students, even though they may be at home, but they're not, it's actually in their work requirements that they can't play that role. So what can we do to reassure parents that if for some reason during the day, because the child isn't at home, is at childcare, or the parent can't do distance learning in real time, that the material that students are receiving during the day will be available to parents and will be of the same quality?
I guess I can't, I don't know if I could say it's exact same quality. I mean, seeing a person on a computer compared to a recording of that, some may argue it's a little bit different, but I think buildings and administration and teachers will work, it's going to be a case by case. If a student for some reason is not able to connect to a certain class, then they'll have to make other arrangements for that student to receive the instruction that was done during the regular class time.
I see Ms. Peterson, Director of Elementary and Secondary, might want to jump in here. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that our high school principals started problem solving this early on and have ideas about opening up a computer lab or a space for students to receive additional supports. And so if a student, for example, is struggling with technology or not sure of a math concept or just needed a quiet place to work, or like your example, Director Nathan, they would be able to schedule time to come in and work at the school. And they're also working on a process for requesting transportation if that's a barrier as well.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I'm sure we'll have some more questions about that maybe later tonight or in the future. Director Workman and then Director Marvin. Julie, do you have a question? You're not muted, or you're.
I'm sorry. Maybe this is why you can't hear me. Mike, you said earlier that classes will take place as if students were in the classroom, but I don't want parents to have the expectation that it's going to be the same. It's not going to be the same as life prior to COVID, and it's going to be different from what distance learning was in the spring. So I don't know if you have any other, it was more of a comment than a question. I don't know if you have any other things you'd like to add to it, or maybe elaborate a little bit on what teachers are doing to prepare for teaching in a totally different way from what they've been taught to do, and what many of them have been doing for many years.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think for some teachers, it's not going to be quite as a challenge, but for others it will be. We did have a few months to kind of experiment with it, but I guess that's another reason why we're asking 2 additional days to provide more training opportunities so we can give the teachers the training and skills that they need to be really effective on the distance learning and even on the distance learning hybrid model.
Thank you. Director Marvin and then Director Amundsen.
Mr. Munoz, you'd mentioned that parents could contact their school administrators, their principals, if they have additional questions. And I'm wondering, with this base plan, how much autonomy does it provide for individual sites to modify it slightly? I mean, certainly not in terms of the schedule, but the way they do things to provide for the needs of their students and staff. For instance, if a school says, we're not going to use the lunchroom for lunches, we're going to have kids eat in their classroom. Or if they have a couple of teachers who want to collaborate in terms of distance learning and face-to-face learning, or to determine how they're going to best support students who need to come in and get additional support. Will there be autonomy available to each site to make those kinds of decisions within the parameters of the plan?
Yes.
Good answer. Thank you.
And a short answer. Go ahead, Melissa.
Thanks. I've got a bunch of questions that I'm not sure that they fit in any of these slides very well. So if I ask it and you think it should be delayed, I'm really fine with that. But related to the proposed elementary schedule, we've heard, as I'm sure all of you have been getting, tons of emails. And in fact, I think at some point today, for every one email I read, 2 came in while I was reading it. So just so the public knows, that we are paying attention. We're getting an awful lot of input, which is a good thing. So we've heard from staff who are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, especially elementary staff who have to manage both in-person and distance learning in various ways. The opinion has been expressed to us that it may be unrealistic to expect that level of planning and attention to children in 2 different places at the same time. What can you say to staff who are in a little bit of a panic about the demands on their time and reassurance that, we're trying this out, and I have every confidence in our administration to listen to the feedback that is given as we're going forward, but I think other people would like that reassurance as well.
Yeah, I guess first thing I'll say is we can't hire additional staff to, I have 8 kids in my classroom in person, and then I have a separate teacher teaching the other 8 at home that day. What we can do is different than what they're doing at Longfellow right now is not only are they doing that, but they're also doing the students that are full DL. And we're working with the principal there they have some support staff that we believe, and the principal believes that they can take on those students that are just full DL. But I think just giving those teachers some skills and some training will help. I don't know how closely the board watched that video that was done for Longfellow, but there was Les, one of the teachers there. If you picked up that he had his iPad on right next to where he was teaching, he was talking to students that were home while he was teaching the lesson with the students in front. So there's things like that can be done. Do we have to provide some training for staff to help them do that? Yes, and that's why we want some additional time to do that. But it is challenging. I mean, without the pandemic, you had all your kids in your classroom and you could just teach it that one time and be done. But we believe that If we have a separate teacher teaching just the students that are full DL, that's going to help. And the fact that we are also giving them an hour at the end of the day to touch base with the kids that are home. And then they have that Wednesday as well. The Wednesday is DL for everyone, but we don't anticipate they're going to be on DL the entire 7.5 hours that day. So they'll have some additional time to do some planning and preparing as well.
Can I keep going with my list, or does somebody else?
Go ahead. Nope, go ahead, Melissa.
We received an email with a concern about a parent who's in a district-wide option school that has a special curriculum, but would like to opt for 100% distance learning this year. Can you address the concern that then that core knowledge, for instance, or whichever other program a family had chosen, will they be assigned to a general ed teacher? How is that going to work? You're on mute.
Yes, we can't guarantee that. For the example you gave, if it happens to be a Washington student, that they use the core knowledge. If we are fortunate to have a teacher from Washington that meets one of the CDC guidelines and can't do in person, then we would intentionally assign that person to those students from that school, but it may not work out that way. But whoever we assign to that group will have to do their best to collaborate with that building to get a better understanding of what that means, in the core knowledge model.
And do we know when families can expect to find out that level of detail? Because for those people who aren't familiar with the district staffing process, you're taking what would normally take, months of time and attention and cramming it into a period of a couple of weeks. So I hope that people will be understanding, but can you give people an idea of when they'll know more?
Well, what we are doing currently right now is for the hybrid component of it, we are pulling students families into two groups, and then at the same time, families are asked to fill out a survey if they plan to send their student or if they're going to do the DL. So then I think that survey closes mid this week, I do believe. So once we get that information, we know which students are going to be full DL. And then, as Carl mentioned, on last Friday, we put out the same survey for staff, which staff are going to return. So once we get all that information in, and we can start matching staff to the full DL students and start determining, which group is the Monday, Tuesday group and which group is the Thursday, Friday group. But it's probably going to be, I anticipate, probably end of this week before we get some of that done, and it may go into the early part of next week as well.
Can I keep going, Chair Seelinger?
Let me, I see Kathy's got her hand up, and let me interject one, and I'll swing back around if that's okay.
Sure, that's wonderful, thank you.
Okay, thanks for asking. So I just want to make sure that we're being clear with our terms so that we can help our community understand all the variables. And so we're talking about DL as full-on distance learning, where a student is always at home with a device being taught by a licensed teacher, and that will sort of be its own, I don't know if we want to say K-12 cohort, perhaps. Maybe you guys can think of some terms to help us. But I just want to caution, when we're talking about hybrid, the 2 days that students are not physically at the building, I don't know if we want to confuse by saying distance learning for those other days. They're still in the hybrid mode, they're just in their off facility day. I've probably confused people more just by trying to explain my confusion, but just thinking about it that way.
Let me try it this way.
Yeah.
We know we're going to have a group of students who choose not to come in person for any days. And so we're going to match those up with our teachers who have a health risk, which wouldn't allow them to come back and do any form of in-person teaching. So they'll have a separate teacher. It's almost like our own district online school. basically. And then we have the hybrid model that 2 days out of the week, those kids will come in person. The other 3 days, they'll be at home doing online learning.
Thanks. Let's see, Director Nathan, and then we'll go back to Director Amundsen and then Director Workman.
Superintendent, I just want to add some clarification, or have you add some clarification to Melissa's question about the district-wide option school. I think there's also a concern from parents about and it's not just district-wide option, it's all schools, that if they choose distance learning, will they still be identified as part of that homeschool community, and so their building principal would still be the administrator they would reach out to if they had issues?
You know what, I'm going to have to get back to you on that, Kathy. I know we had some conversation about if I choose to be online the entire school year, does that hold your spot at that district-wide option school? I don't have an answer for that part right now. But we would assign them to an administrator to reach out to if they had any concerns or questions.
Okay, can I ask one more? So same topic. So just to be clear, so if you're currently attending a district-wide option school, you may not be guaranteed a teacher from that district-wide option school to do your distance learning, because that all depends on what teachers are available to do that distance learning.
Correct.
But would you still receive the curriculum from the district-wide option school regardless of who the teacher was?
I think I addressed that with Melissa already. We would do our best to do that. In a perfect world, it would be a teacher, for example, who has training and core knowledge being one assigned to that. But if we don't have any teachers in that pool that have that training, we would have to have them work as closely as possible with that school and to try to replicate that as best possible. We can't guarantee that it's going to play out that we have, a teacher who can't come in person and from all of our district-wide option school to cover those students. I mean, we hope it works out that way, but until we get the data back from our staff, we don't know for sure.
Okay, I appreciate the intention. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. So Julie, and then back to Melissa, please.
Okay, I sort of had partly the same question that Kathy just asked, only I'll try and rephrase it a little bit. So tell me if I'm getting this right or wrong. You said that a distance learning teacher who has a student from, using Melissa's example, say from Washington, who uses the core knowledge curriculum but does not have core knowledge training, would also then be expected to coordinate with the other school in trying to deliver that same core knowledge curriculum. I'm sensing panic from teachers who are interested in doing the district learning full time. Like, okay, so I've got a kid from Montessori, I've got a kid from core knowledge, I have a kid from wherever else, and now I'm supposed to coordinate with all these other buildings to make sure that I can cover their curriculum as best as I can. Am I misunderstanding something?
Yes, that's correct. But there's no guarantee that we can do that. So,
okay.
I mean, we got to do the best we can with the staff that we would have available to do that full online school component.
Right. So, Superintendent, maybe we can think about it this way, because we don't know our numbers, and you know that I'm kind of a situational person, right? So, say we have 100 elementary students in distance learning. 100 students chose DL, K through 5. Some are Montessori, couple are core knowledge. How are you going to split those? And you and I discussed about, is it you've got this many first graders, so they get a teacher, this many second graders, they get a teacher, or is it we have some it might be a mixed class of first and second or whatever. And of course, we're not going to know until we know how many families are opting into DL.
Yes, our first choice would be to have just a grade level, but if I don't have enough first graders to give that one teacher a full load, then you may have to put some other grade levels with them. But yeah, until we know the number of the students and what grade levels they're at and know our teachers, we'll do our best to try to, but I don't think it makes sense to give one teacher, let's say you have 5 first graders across the district, so that teacher has 5 and we have 22 second graders, so that teacher gets 22 kids. So I think we have to try to balance it out the best we can and try to accommodate the staff and the grade levels that we're working with.
So there are going to be cohorts of students, a class of students under each distant learning teacher, and there may be some differentiation of learning because obviously students are different, so you're going to have to differentiate, but a teacher may also have to differentiate if they have come from a district-wide option curriculum.
Yes, and then I would also say, even if we weren't in the pandemic, it's very common I may have 22 first graders and they're not all at the first grade level. So right. I think teachers are used to doing that already.
Okay, yep. Okay, thanks. I hope I'm helping and not hurting. Kathy and Melissa, you both have your hands up. Are we still on the district-wide option questions? District-wide option distant learning questions? Looks like yes. Yes. Melissa, why don't you go ahead and then back to Kathy.
I'm not on district-wide option questions, so I'll defer to.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your patience.
So, Superintendent, you've said that we won't know this until we know the staff that is requesting to teach distance learning and not to teach in the buildings. Is there an opportunity, if we need more teachers to distance learn, that we will ask for or select other staff to do that distance learning teaching, even though they may not qualify as a medical exemption?
Let me see if I'm getting your question. If we have a teacher who doesn't qualify for one of the at-risk categories or have somebody at home that does, but just isn't comfortable coming back, potentially we could assign that person. If we don't have enough teachers who qualify or who choose to do distance learning, we'd have to hire additional staff to do that. So I hope that answers your question.
So I think to Kathy's question, the way I'm hearing it is, what if we had, and I'm going to use a big number, 5,000 students want to do distance learning pathway, but we only had 100 teachers? Would we then say, and obviously the 5,000 would be out of our general hybrid pool, let's just stick with elementary, right? So then would we kind of recruit up to kind of balance out the needs?
Yes,
Yep.
we could do that, and we would have to follow contract language when we do
Right.
that, but it could be on a voluntary basis. If not, you could, unfortunately, due to contract, we'd have to probably look at those teachers that we only have to give a 30-day notice that we, for example, wouldn't need that second grade teacher now, but we could offer them an option to do a distance learning group of kids as well.
Right.
And then if we don't have any of that, then we would have to look at hiring additional staff.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
The big issue is just what grade levels they fall.
Right.
If they fall in a perfect world, they fall out just right in all the grade levels, it's going to be much smoother. But if it doesn't, then we'll have to work with the union and follow the contract on how we could fulfill those needs.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up, Kathy, on that?
No, I will take my hand down.
Thank you. Director Marvin?
Thank you. And I know this discussion is getting really long, but just to be perfectly clear, Longfellow, that has done amazing work and has provided incredible information to the district because they've sort of pioneered this. Have they had specific teachers who were doing only distance learning, or were their staff, as they started, doing both hybrid, teaching both the kids who were there in person and the kids who were doing only distance learning?
Yeah. Right now, that's been the issues that they've been taking those students that have been full distance learning as well. And that's in conversation with their principal. She believes that they have some support staff that can take those students who we're now calling the online school part of it until the entire district starts up, and then those students could fall into the overall district pool that would need their own separate teacher.
Okay, thank you. So appreciate that, and appreciation to the Longfellow staff who's really done a wonderful job of helping inform the decisions we're making now.
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, so back to Melissa for any more questions. We're still on base model questions. Go ahead.
All right, I'm skipping around here in my questions, so let me scroll back to. Okay, so back to the idea about changing the schedule for elementary to dismiss an hour early. And maybe this is something that I should have saved until the finance portion, but are we concerned about the additional cost for SAC if we're not changing the price, the basic price for childcare? And are we concerned about families having to find an extra hour of childcare or students staying home for an extra hour without supervision?
I would say yes to all of those, but the very first part, if school dismisses at 2:30, any childcare provided after 2:30, we can charge for because it's after school childcare. It's not during the school hours. But the other two, yes, that is going to be a burden for some families. We understand that, but that was when we heard the concern about not having time to teach the kids that are home. That was the only solution we could come up with. And this is also why we are not making a switch at Longfellow until next Monday to give parents time to adjust whatever childcare arrangements they currently have for a 3:30 dismissal. So yes.
So I know we have great community connections and that there are a lot of people in non-school district roles who are already trying to help our community with what might be known as a childcare shortage. Do you have any advice for parents who might be watching right now and, feeling some alarm at having to make these adjustments as to where they might start or a good place to contact to explore their options? Yes,
I would say SAC would be first one, of course, but then I do know the YMCA has expressed interest in doing more of that, and then I also heard that the Boys and Girls Club are having conversations about potentially providing that as well. That's the only two that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Kathy?
I'm not raised, sorry.
All right. Any other questions on the base plan? I know that's kind of the bulk of it, knowing this isn't your last opportunity. We can always come back if we need to, but looks like no hands, so let's move on, Superintendent.
All right, I'm going to turn this over to Heather.
All right, so good evening, school board members. As the superintendent advanced the slides, I'm going to first speak about communication, and then I'll be back with you later to talk about technology. Superintendent, do we need to go through this timeline? There we go. Do you want me to speak to this, Mike? I sure can. Okay. Well,
yes, I have your name down the slide, yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So the timeline, we've already gone over this component of it earlier in the evening, but the instructional planning days that we've been talking about to help our teachers prepare for their new model of learning will occur August 31st and September 1st, pending approval of the plan. And then, as we spoke about earlier in the evening, our pre-K through grade 5 will be hybrid learning, and so we'll link in K-8, and then grade 6 through 12 distance learning. And by October 16th, we will announce phase 2 of our plan. So as Superintendent and Mr. Briggs stated earlier, the COVID advisory team meets every 2 weeks, and that team will be the one to continue to reevaluate and make changes as necessary. And if conditions worsen, the learning models may change before the announcement of the next plan. But the idea is that by October 16th, we can share what our next plan is so families have time to prepare. And then as far as communication, from a district level, we will use Skylert, which is our district-wide notification system. It allows us to send email, text, and phone messages to families that, and all families receive a Skylert account when they enroll into the district. And then schools will also use the Skyward and Skylert modules to communicate with families on a weekly basis, and they'll also use their personal contacts. So they may be reaching out to families in a different way than just sending a mass email through Skylert. We'll also utilize Google Docs. I believe Superintendent shared earlier in the evening the common platform. And so, Google will be our common platform for assignments. But when we build our websites and when we send information to our families, we tend to build that all within Google Docs intentionally, just because it's more ADA compliant in nature. And then also we could translate those documents. So if we don't have the time to get something, say it's a 36-page document, and we don't have time to get that fully translated by our bilinguals when we need to push it out to families, we're able to utilize the translation services there. And speaking of translations, we are blessed with a bilingual staff that are connecting with families right now. They make phone calls to those families, and sometimes they use text messaging. So it's really dependent on the family. And so they're reaching out to them right now, but we have plans and have had conversation about ongoing efforts, which include making videos, phone calls, and then socially distanced orientations or information sessions in which we can bring families together in a safe manner to go through how to use Skyward or how to use Google, the platform. And so we have those projects in the works. We also will utilize our website, which again is ADA compliant and allows for translation services as well. So you can translate our website for a language that meets your needs. And then with social media, we use Facebook and Twitter, and then obviously YouTube, which is where our families are watching this tonight. And we will continue to make videos because sometimes that is a easier thing by nature to watch a video than have to read through multiple documents. So we'll continue to do that as we go through the learning models throughout the year. And I think that's all that I have for communication, and can take questions at this time.
Thank you, Heather. Director Nathan?
Hi, Heather. So this kind of connects your communication to family slide and the RPS base model, what to expect. So we've referred to Google Suite for Education as our common online learning platform, and using Google Docs for a lot of the documents we're creating. But I know that in the past, teachers have used other platforms, and I'm not familiar with all of them. Seesaw sounds like a name that I know about, or some other apps that they have used to communicate with parents. What happens to all those?
So we will address that in the blended learning portion, but all those apps can be used, and some of them will be preferred to be used, but they will be used underneath the Google umbrella. So that is really the hub where everyone will go for their initial communication, but there are multiple other apps and software that can be used through the Google Classroom.
Okay. All right. I see no more hands, so let's move on to safety. Thank you, Heather.
All right, next up is Scott.
Good evening, board members. I also have with me some subject matter experts because I anticipate you're going to have some questions and I wanted them to be able to weigh in. I have Jen Erke, who's the Director of Special Ed, Mike Stock, who's the Coordinator of Health and Safety, and Jerry Ernst, who oversees all our facilities, including grounds, trucking, HVAC, and maintenance. A quick background regarding where a lot of this information came from. We were part of the planning, the operations side for building safety. We had a group of about 15 to 20 people that met for over the course of about 5 days. Monica Bowler, Chris Langen, and Leah Bancroft were instrumental in helping create this document as well and leading the charge on it. And what you have in front of you is a brief summation of 32 pages worth of documents. I didn't think you wanted to go over 32 pages of documents. We tried to pare it down here so that to address what we thought were the highlights of our document. So obviously the safety of our students and staff, that is our number one priority, and that's the mantra that we used and the focus that we used when we went through creating this. And so the suggestion from our group was that all students, staff, and visitors would wear the face coverings, which we adopted while on campus, and to remain that social distancing that everyone seems to be familiar with now of 6 feet. And then the good hygiene methods, with all the signage that we have that are placing around all the buildings, both graphic photos and the wording describing what good hygiene is, and the institution of the Minnesota Department of Health screening process that we're going to ask each family to utilize prior to allowing their student to come to school. That's the 8 questions that they review from that document and answer prior to allowing their student to come. So in addition to this, what we did is we've established a COVID-19 coordination team, and that's myself and Jen Erke. Jen is the main person involved here. She works really closely with Olmsted County Public Health Services, Mayo Clinic, Olmsted Medical, and with her and I working together, we work closely with those groups. We take care of notification and communication as needed relating to the COVID. We do the notification of families. We provide information to Olmsted County Public Health that they may need as well, so that they can do their contact tracing. And we follow the directions of whatever public health tells us to do, and we try to convey that message to our staff and students as needed. You want to go to the next slide? So each building is also going to have a COVID-19 coordinator, and that person will serve as a liaison between their building and then the COVID coordination team of Jen and I. So if they need any resources or information, or they need us to do anything, they will gather the information at their site and then contact us, and we'll be in direct contact with them in order to provide the information that they need and the messaging that needs to go out. MDE is committed to supplying a cloth mask for each student and staff member. They sent this directive out about a week ago, and they're also going to supply at least 3 disposable masks per student and staff member as well. Additionally, they're saying they're going to supply a face shield for all the licensed teaching staff and then for 50% of the non-licensed staff. So what this means is this is all coming at the end of August. So they're going to be shipping it to the Southeast Co-op, and we're going to go pick it up and then distribute it accordingly to all our sites. And we're hoping we get it obviously by the end of August so that we can get it out to the sites as needed. A lot of the staff and students that we've found at Longfellow are already wearing their own personal choice cloth masks that they're families are providing or their staff members are providing. But it's nice having MDE providing the resource as well to provide us a supply of the cloth masks and disposable masks. So we already have a pretty good list of masks already. So if we run out of the supplies from MDE, we have plenty that we think we can utilize for those that may need one or forget one. And so we're pretty well stocked with those items as well. If you want to move to the next slide, please. So part of our safety plan is to limit access, because by limiting access to our buildings, it also limits exposure. And this was a difficult one as far as the volunteers and education. For the hybrid learning, we determined that just because we just don't know what our volunteers are very important, of course, but we just wanted to limit that so that because we don't really know what they're bringing in. We want to protect our students. We do have some outside partners that would still need access to our buildings to provide their resources that we request to our students. We are still going to allow that as the site approves it, and it's going to be fairly regulated. Regarding our HVAC and systems, HVAC are heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. We're following the ASHRAE COVID-19. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. They establish a lot of the industry standards for our buildings and regarding building ventilation. And part of their COVID-19 guideline was to increase air exchange rates throughout the day, do building flushes, and we're following the majority of those guidelines as best we can. We are going to do the building flush 2 hours prior to the occupancy. What that means is the air exchange in the building will be exchanged 3 or 4 times in that 2-hour period. We've already taken the efforts to do more filter changes to improve the efficiency of the filters and make sure they're well maintained. There will be hand sanitizers in all the classrooms along with all the common areas. Jerry Ernst has made sure that we took care of that. We have a huge supply of that already that will be distributed into the buildings. Next slide, please. The sneeze guards, these are the polycarbonate or acrylic clear plastic guards. We call them sneeze guards. It's easiest for us to call them that. Right now, Leah Barbosa from Construction Services is tasked with ordering those and responding to those requests from the sites. Any place that there's a face-to-face contact, we're going to have sneeze guards. There's also, so that's a lot of the office areas, the office managers, the other staff in the offices, and in addition to the one-on-one with the students in the smaller settings that may require it, such as in speech rooms where the visibility of the mouth in order to teach about language and words, we're providing them in those spaces as well. Additionally, we want to create as much room as we can in the classrooms, so we're removing as much excess furniture as we can to create more learning space and more social distancing to allow them to have more distance, that is. The music rooms are going to maintain social distancing. The idea is to have them face the same direction and not sharing any instruments. And then Jerry's been working along with Mike very diligently on the social distancing signage that's being placed throughout all our buildings and will be in place before the start of school. And that includes the directional signage, hand washing, like I talked about earlier, 6-foot distance markings on the floor. Next slide, please. Our plan is to have lunches in the cafeteria. Bill Burt from Construction Services did all the measuring with that as far as the number of tables and how many students we can put in the cafeteria to utilize that 6-foot distancing. We're well within the guideline there with all our buildings. We'll have the 6-foot distancing with the lunch lines and, like I said, at the seating as well. There's a huge heightened sanitation with the buildings. Jerry's in charge of this, and he's in charge of training his staff on what to do here A lot of the high-touch areas will be cleaned regularly. Bathrooms are going to be cleaned twice a day, minimally. We do have electrostatic sprayers that we can use as well to do some disinfecting and some sanitation as well. And this also includes the buses and vehicles, the vans that we have in our staff. We are allowing hand sanitizer on the school buses and in our vans as well. We had to get permission from the State Patrol to do that because of the content that's within the hand sanitizer. It required some special permission, but they did grant that to us. Playgrounds will be disinfected every morning, and we've talked to our administrators and asked them to utilize more of the green space and blacktop versus the equipment itself. And then for the physical education, the toys and equipment will be cleaned after each use. I want to go to the next slide. The isolation space is something we've been really working hard on. Mike Stock has been working. He went around with Jen Erke and Leah Bancroft, and they went to each of our sites, the elementary sites that we plan to open up, to determine a dedicated space that we can do a dedicated ventilation system to. And this would include a HEPA filter that would be placed in that building, and it would be vented to the outside, so kind of a negative pressure drawing any contaminated air that's in that isolation space to the outside so it doesn't go back into the building. And that would be in place. That's a safe place for those that are potentially infected to be in until they can safely leave the building. We already talked a lot about our school buses and vans, limiting that to 50% capacity. The plan is to have the students sit in designated spots. Face coverings, of course, will be required. Buses loaded back to front and opposite order to get out. And like I said, we will have hand sanitizer on the buses as well. The rental of our buildings will be allowed. We are requiring them to provide a COVID-19 preparedness plan prior to utilizing the building. What that entails is a plan that covers that they're going to ensure the safety, the 6-foot social distancing, the cleanliness, the hand hygiene, and have a plan in place to cover all that. Mike Stock would have access to all that. And so that's the slides that I have for you. And like I said, I have Jen Erke, Mike Stock, and Jerry Ernst with us here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan, for your presentation slides and your team. Let's start with Director Nathan and then Director Workman.
So, Mr. Sheridan, I'm going to take you back to slide 21, where the Minnesota Department of Health screening process is linked, and it's also linked in the back-to-school plan that was sent out to parents. Hearing Mr. Briggs talk about how that decision about keeping your child at home in the morning if they're displaying symptoms is perhaps one of the most important things we can do to keep our schools open and to move towards more less restrictive options. So are there any plans to do specific education around this document? I mean, I can think that public health and some Mayo Clinic pediatricians might be able to help with describing how to go through this checklist and how to use it. And I also wanted to point out that it is translated into 3 languages on that very document, so that it's a really great resource. But I just want to know what the plans are to really push this out and make this part of every student's everyday decision process.
Well, I can answer some of that, and I'm hoping Jen can pipe in as well, or Mike. But we do have this particular document that with these 8 questions that are posted at all the buildings. The plan is to post it on the side of the bus as well. And it's just a general reminder every time someone sees it so that they know what our intent of this is. But I can defer to Jen. Jen, if you have any input that you want to provide, or Mike.
Looks like maybe Jackie Peterson would like to weigh in on this one.
Okay.
I can offer that later in the slide presentation when we talk about family connections. The Whole Child, Whole Family task force did look at developing and sharing, even with families, language that is developmentally appropriate for students on proper hygiene that can be used also in the home. So language around COVID-19, and then those great preventative measures that can be used at home as well. So there would be education at school and then provided for at-home learning too.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. And as someone who has a husband who's been redeployed as a greeter, he could recite that to you backwards and forwards because he's working really hard on that. So Director Workman and then Director Amundsen.
Yes, Scott, back on your initial slide, you made a distinction between district buildings and campus. Did you mean to use those interchangeably? I guess where I'm going with this is, will the requirements for the building be the same? Let me turn it around. Will the requirements for outside of the building be the same as they are for in the building? So that's kind of how I read campus versus building. So if you could clarify that for me, I would appreciate it.
Are you talking within regards to the 6 foot distancing and the masks, or something else? Am I not following the question?
Let's see. I'll scroll back here. All students, staff, and visitors that come to district buildings are required to wear face coverings while on campus. I guess I'd like to know what campus includes.
So does that, maybe the question also is, does that include our facilities, buildings, or
yes,
our green space, our parking lots? Does that get at it a little better, Director Workman?
I think so. I've been cutting in and out on my end a little bit, so I'm not exactly sure what he said. Right. So will people be required, for example, to have their mask on as soon as they set foot on district property, or when they actually come into the building?
Well, it will be for sure within the building. As far as outside, it only, if you're out in the parking lot by yourself, that wouldn't come into play. But if you are within close proximity of other people, within that 6 foot distancing, then the expectation, of course, would be that you would have your mask on, even outside.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Director Amundsen?
Thank you. So I appreciate the level of detail that has been given to aspects of safety that I never even would have dreamed. And so there's a couple of just really small details that I haven't seen in the very long document. It is stated in one of the documents, it says when cardio activity is occurring, social distancing must increase to 12 feet. I have a similar concern about activities in music. Singing and blowing into instruments, I would consider equally, if not more, high risk as the cardio activity in a PE class. Can you address, is there going to be social distancing of 12 feet for those types of things? Are there other precautions being taken for what could potentially be a high-risk activity like music?
Yeah, we are looking at several options. There was talk about coverings at the end of musical instruments for the ones that, like a French horn or a trumpet. As far as the 12 foot distancing, we're still reviewing exactly what we're going to do with that. I'm going to defer more to the instructional piece on that regarding, I don't know if the superintendent can pipe in or Jackie about what the intent is of with the music instruments as far as the distancing in like a band.
Yeah, I would say right now the most current guidance we have from the Minnesota Department of Health has not suggested more than 6 foot social distancing. The guidance they've given us so far, but that could change within the next couple of weeks, is 6 foot social distancing and make sure that the students are not facing each other when they're either playing their instruments or singing. So that's kind of where we're at now, but we anticipate we may get some updated guidance here in the next week or two.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to say before I go to the next person, that Mr. Sheridan gets the gold star because he explained his acronym before I had to ask. So good on you. Thank you. Director Nathan, and then back to Director Amundsen.
So there's been a lot of description in this section about the cleaning of spaces and the cleaning of classrooms and keyboards. So what do you anticipate the role of individual students will be in that cleaning, or will that be left entirely to the adults?
That will be left entirely to the adults.
Okay. One more related question. Will each classroom then have a set of cleaning supplies, or will the teachers be responsible for doing that on their own? We've had, I know, issues in the past for availability of various of those supplies.
I'll let Jerry answer that one. Are you there, Jerry?
Yep, I'm here. Had to get everything clicked on. So, yes, I have been stockpiling some cleaning supplies, disinfectant sprays, disposable wipes, and they're called pop-up wipes, where they're a disposable one-time use towel that it will be available for all teaching staff and paras and custodial staff to use.
Director Amundsen.
To follow up on something that Director Nathan was asking about, how important it's going to be to make sure that kids aren't feeling ill or showing any kind of symptoms before they come to school. It's been a while since I've had elementary students, but as I recall, it is something that it isn't out of the norm for an older elementary student to put themselves on the bus or walk themselves to school in the morning without having direct interaction with parents before they should leave for school. So I have concerns about whether it would be preferable for screening to take place in the classroom, especially for the older students, but maybe not out of line for all of them. You know, if this is a better safe than sorry area, and I'm just wondering if that has been considered and is absolutely not feasible to happen in the building or not.
I'll answer that one. Yeah, it's not feasible. If we bring in, let's say, half of Gibbs, 400, a little over 400 students, all coming to school at the same time, there's no way we would have the capacity to screen every one of those students.
Sorry, I was taking a drink. Director Nathan.
So Director Amundsen asked the question about the spacing of the students with respect to music. But I know that we've heard a lot of concerns from the music teachers themselves about exposure to multiple groups of students because they teach various groups of students throughout the building. So Mike, can you speak a little bit more to where the planning is for that and how the music teachers themselves might be involved in the conversation?
Well, we are working on that, but here's the issue we run into. In most cases, when an elementary class goes to music or PE or whatever, that's the required planning time that we're required to give teachers. So that's one of the issues we run into, but we are currently working on that, and I do not have an answer for you today.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, there's a lot of slides about safety. Looks like a lot of good practices will be in place. I'm speaking slowly just to see if any other hands come up. If not, I would suggest we keep moving along.
So, Deborah, are you still able to see my slide? Are you still able to? All right, because it's jumping in and out on my computer. But okay, I'll move on to the next slide.
Hang on just a second. Hang on just a second, Mike. Director Amundsen.
Thank you. One other question related to safety, but also related to model. So the whole thing about giving parents warning before we change models. I think for clarification's sake for those watching, it's important for them to understand in what circumstances they will receive adequate warning before shifting from the base model that we're looking at versus if there's an incident in their school or in their classroom that might require a sudden shift for a smaller group of students. So I think, you know, could you take the opportunity to just in very simple words explain to parents what they will need to be prepared for, obviously at the elementary level, on possibly short notice, and how short of notice, just so that we're really, really clear.
Yeah, I think it'd be two different situations. The second example where we would have to do something by a class, that would have to happen immediately. We'd have to put all of those students in a distance or online learning model. Now, first part of your question, if we would shift one mod to the next, obviously we would take in some consideration that families would have to make arrangements on their end. And we do have, the governor has allowed, but I'm not saying we're going to take those 5 days, but we've been given permission to cancel school for 5 days in order to make that shift to a different model. But you're right, Melissa, you know, we do have, whatever we do, we have to give parents adequate time to change, you know, childcare and things that they have on their end. So we would try to work to do that as well.
But the potential exists that they could get a communication from the district that says, I'm sorry, it's not safe for your child to come to school tomorrow because of an outbreak in a classroom, and there might be very, very little warning.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
I just want to be super clear about that.
Thank you. Okay. Looks like we can move on.
All right. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Brenda.
Yes, we have a lot of professional development options listed there. Our task force this summer really did a great job of narrowing in on the things that we will need in order to start the school year. But you can see that that is a really long list, so there's no way we're going to get to all of that during back to school week. We're excited that our buildings, today was the first day of the data retreat. And so we have asked all of the buildings to tell us kind of what their top 3 needs are for professional development. And then we are going to use that information to schedule things for back to school week. And when we're looking at that, we are really hoping to be able to offer like a choice board and a menu for teachers and paras too, to choose things kind of at their level where they're at. When it comes to that Google Education Suite, we have, you know, all people at very different places on their understanding of that. So we're not going to make everybody sit through Google 101. We want to be able to offer a lot of choice in those things. And like I said, we are going to be developing a plan for the entire year based on all of those things, because we couldn't possibly do all of that in back to school week. And we are really leaving that week up to responding to what our teachers need during this time. We have set aside some other things that we had planned had we had a more traditional back to school. Jackie and I are going to be flipping back and forth here a little bit. Do you have any questions for me about professional development?
I think I don't have a question, but I'm going to make a pre-suggestion. Depending on your next presentation slides, Ms. Wichman, about maybe after the family connections, if that's a natural break, that maybe we take a 5-minute recess just for a stretch, because that'll put us probably close to 3 hours of content.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So unless there's questions, Jackie will talk about family connections and communication.
No questions.
Okay, so family connections, we had a wonderful group of people who worked on this from a wide variety of folks who already do a lot in our schools for family connections. So their document was quite lengthy, and I've tried to break it down to the basics. So they've got a lot of great ideas, and they're very enthusiastic. And I would say, just leading into this, that a lot of what I'm going to talk about could be done pandemic or no pandemic. Some great ways to connect with families. So as we talked about earlier, we're utilizing our bilinguals already, and they have been prioritizing reaching out to our K-5 families first to go through the plan that came out, knowing that they may be most impacted with decisions that need to be made in terms of distance learning versus the hybrid model. They've also been very successful in the past in making YouTube videos to put out for our parents, so that the information, it's quicker to disseminate information. So they are at the ready whenever we need that communication to go out to families. And then we also have talked about that our teachers may not be fully aware of the great resource that our bilinguals can be for reaching out to families. So we want to make sure there's a protocol and that our teachers can fully utilize that support as we move through the models. And then the next bullet talks about providing clear expectations for families. And this is in response to the survey results that we received. We heard some concern about attendance, for example, making sure that their parents understand how we're taking attendance, what constitutes being in attendance, and so we'll make sure that we're very clear with parents and students about that. Brenda talked, well, maybe the slide's coming up, about grading and assessment and how we'll be doing that, but making sure parents understand that. And then the community partners piece. As you know, we have amazing community partners already in place, and this group talked about strengthening those bonds to make sure that we are providing all the support that our students and families need, and especially given the distance that we are experiencing reaching out virtually. So we can go to the next slide. This group would offer up that listening sessions would be very helpful for our families, to provide opportunities in affinity groups to provide feedback along the way, so that if there's something that needs to be adjusted to help families connect better, that we can do that in real time. And then there was also talk about some of the great family engagements that have happened virtually, just a new way to connect with families that maybe aren't able to get to school, even when there's not a pandemic. So continuing those outreach activities, offering virtual ways for families to get acclimated to a new school community if they're switching levels, and so on. And we've talked about making sure that home visits can happen in a safe and effective way, so that there's some training that goes on to keep staff and families safe. And finally, with outreach teams, this group has talked about having a process, so when students or families are feeling that there's a barrier or that there's an inequity in place, or like our students can have disagreements, that there's a way, even virtually, to work those things out so that everyone can feel safe and comfortable in the learning environment. And then the third slide, we talked about opportunities for engagement. So virtual field trips, virtual school events, making sure that parents can feel that they're getting information even though they can't be at school like we normally would without a pandemic. So for example, some of our schools have already hosted a parent event for incoming kindergartners to tour the school virtually and have the teachers present to answer questions. Anything we can do to make families feel comfortable and connected to that school, especially when they're new to the school. And then they talked about doing some events that are outdoors while the weather is good and getting people outside and seeing each other while practicing social distancing. And then this last piece on peer mentoring really is about getting parents connected with other parents. So maybe it's parents of experienced or who have experienced the learning environment for a couple years at a school, reaching out to kindergarten parents and bringing them along virtually. And that last piece about student mapping, I had to really research that. I wasn't sure what they were talking about, but this is really having a very full idea of what the kids are, what the needs are of the kids we're working with, whose needs are being met, and who might need support, and really going at that systematically so that we're very aware of what our families need and we can work to provide for those needs. I went through that really quickly, so if there are questions, I'm ready.
That's great. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I really appreciate the focus on our family connections. We know that this is, beyond our students, that really it's the whole family piece, as you referenced earlier. And this is where I really think we can maybe be really innovative and pull in some of our community partners and, break down some of the barriers and help parents help their students, because as the students may be real comfortable with the technology, but the parents might not. So I really appreciate the dedication to this particular piece. Looks like we have a few hands raised. I don't know who went first. Okay, Julie and then Kathy.
Okay, I really appreciate this. One of the things that I find to be heartbreaking and frustrating at the same time are how families are going to be negatively impacted if their students are not in school 5 days a week like before the pandemic. And we know that can't happen. It's going to be different even when they come back full time. Is there any single resource parents can be directed to? So if they're concerned, for example, about, I'm a single parent and I'm staying home, or I have 2 kids, I have to work. If I don't go to work, I'm going to lose my job, I'm going to lose my house, and my kids are going to be impacted with their education. I mean, I'm hearing such desperation from these folks, and my heart just breaks for them. But on the other hand, we can do whatever possible to help kids with their education, but this is really beyond our scope to fix. So is there, maybe not a central source, but where can parents be advised to go, and how can they get that information? You covered quite a lot, but
well, I think fortunately and unfortunately both that schools have been supporting families in this way for many years, and that's really why we have the community schools models that we've developed, and I'm sure will be replicated. And if you were asking this question to our our principals, our social workers, our counselors, they'd say, call us, call the school, reach out to someone that's trusted at the school to say, I need help. And I believe our schools are prepared to strengthen those teams at each site who can, if they can't support directly, can direct them to the county resources that are available. But I will say this is not just heartbreaking to you or worrisome to you. I think this is where a lot of the sleepless nights are coming for our administrators, our teachers, our support people. They cannot wait to be able to connect again with their families, and actually there probably been connections going on all summer. But when you talk to the Longfellow staff, for example, despite all the hurdles that they've had to overcome, they will tell you this is the right thing to do because they're seeing their kids. And while it's difficult for a lot of reasons, they really wanted the model they're under to see, so that they can see the kids. And that was really echoed throughout the feedback that we heard when we did the listening posts with teachers right at the end of school. Just this strong desire to be able to connect with kids and families. It's what we're all about.
I really appreciate your saying that. And I mean, of course, I'm aware of that these connections occur under normal circumstances too, but I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of people who are viewing this live stream or will view it later. And I think for them to hear this kind of thing directly from you, I'm hoping it will be reassuring and that they will be able to take the steps that they need to take care of themselves and their family. So I just have such great admiration for all the people who are pulling this together and all the work that you're doing, because I guess it just comes down to the fact that we all love kids and want to do the best we can by them. So thanks, Jackie.
Thank you.
Go to Kathy and then Melissa.
Hi, Jackie. So as you can imagine, because we've had our family engagement conversations before, how excited I am to see all the things that are on this list, because you're right. These are exactly the kinds of things that we have been doing in some places in the district before. But the opportunity to really take this crisis and come out with better practices across the board is great. But I know that sometimes we are so busy implementing what we're doing that we never take time to take stock and measure how it's going. So not to add anything else to anybody's plate, but a conversation about a systemic way to measure which of these communication connections are more successful, attract the most parents, get the most positive feedback, I know would help. The kind of work that Chair Seelinger and I have been doing in family engagement and district-wide, to finally have some metrics, right, on the things that our families really react to and engage with more than others.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Nathan. And it is part of this task, the group's work, that there would be a measurement tool, and it didn't make my slides, but they definitely have talked about that, how important that is. And then also to collaborate across buildings to talk about what worked and what could be repeated at other sites. And honestly, it's a silver lining in all of this that I would say our leaders have learned that it's easier to be collaborative over a quick online meeting, and I know they're probably a tighter group of people than they've ever been because of the technology piece that allows them to meet more regularly. Same as our ability to connect with families. It's kind of a new way that we hadn't always explored. So yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Melissa and then Jean.
Along the same lines as the conversation a few minutes ago about providing support to families, one of the things that we've been hearing overwhelmingly from the community is the loss of social time for the students. I realize this isn't, going to be first up on the priority list because we've got to get the doors open in fall, but are there ideas or plans being developed to provide specific social activities outside of the school day, perhaps, for especially the secondary students who will have lost all of their in-person but are very capable of electronic means of connection, probably more capable than the rest of us who are dealing with our mute buttons and such, but who maybe need the facilitation. It is a very heartfelt, emotional plea that we're hearing from a lot of families about the loss of social content.
Absolutely, and I know during the spring, probably one of the most successful pieces for our classroom teachers, especially at elementary, well, I shouldn't say just at elementary, but the setting up of social groups, having lunch, and the teacher setting up to have a small group meet for lunch. Superintendent talked about Mr. Backus at Longfellow, kids who who were learning from home. It wasn't their day to be at school. We're right there with him, and he turned to the computer and said, all right, we're back at 11:15 or whatever. So making kids feel like they're connected even if they're not in the classroom. But we definitely heard a lot from our teachers across the board, that they intentionally set up time for just kids to talk and be connected. And I think also the fact that we're not in a stay-at-home right now, and that is why right away our principals started talking about we could set up support rooms at school. Scott's group had right away said, yes, we can help with transportation for kids where that's a barrier. And I think as much as kids coming to school to get support for math or biology or that tech availability, it's a chance to see others and interact, and for our staff to see that kids are doing okay. We may have we have opportunity here that we didn't have in the spring to bring kids in face to face and provide them much more support in the way of social supports than we did prior. And I'm not sure about I'm not creative enough, especially with technology, but I know that our principals are already on top of how do we come up with some events where we're using technology or outdoor events so that families are still getting together. And I feel like that's one of the biggest priorities of our principals right now, knowing how important that connection is with not just the student, but the family. So they're on it. And I think we'll see some very creative ideas.
Thank you, Jackie, for pointing out again the opportunities that come from challenge. Director Marvin?
Just quickly, as you said, and Jackie, thank you, especially during times of stress and uncertainty, that connection and that being able to listen is important. When you talked about affinity groups and parent groups, which groups, when and where? Will this be set up mostly through schools, or is there a district plan?
Well, we do have district folks supporting that, Melissa Brandt and her group and our equity specialists and our American Indian liaison. We have so many people that have great ideas and that can help the buildings facilitate these. I think the community schools coordinators out in the buildings would be a great resource. If a school doesn't have a community center, they could certainly reach out for those ideas. But we definitely, Julie Ruzek and her in her work these are the people that worked on this plan, and they are chomping at the bit to help buildings implement these ideas. And I know we'll stand at the ready anytime a building needs support in developing an outreach or an affinity group. They'll be there to help.
That makes this sound so much more tangible. So thank you. Perfect.
Any other questions on the family connections? If not, Director Nathan?
Sorry. It's slipping my mind because I don't remember there being a page about student connections in terms of, right now we have that great student school board where we bring the students together once a month. And I know that we've done outreach to students throughout the development of this process, but explicitly that kind of, are you considering students in an affinity group, or where do they fit into this support? And we've talked about support, but what about engagement and feedback?
Yeah, I think one of our greatest resources will be the kids themselves, the students themselves. And you think about the work that's happening among the 3 high school buildings right now. They had, I think they called it a summer summit after the rally that our students headed up after the murder of George Floyd. They got together and they've talked about this many times, and they've started to work together as 3 schools, having a greater impact as one, but they're really strong on this right now, and I think we can work with them to determine what are the next steps. How do we bring kids together? I think that's one way that, and what we've learned from our student listening post is, if we're at a loss for what groups are needed, we ask the kids, because they'll tell us, and they'll probably organize it too. So I think we start with the kids to find out what do we need. and we go from there.
Thank you. And thank you for providing opportunities for student voice and leadership now and in perpetuity.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we go into recess for 10 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second, Amundsen, if we need one.
Do you need to take the roll vote?
I don't think we need one, but
no, I'm getting no. Okay.
good idea.
We will adjourn or we will recess and be back at 8:12. Back to you, Superintendent. Who's up next? Or did we lose the superintendent? Okay. We've gotten to standards prioritization.
And there we go.
There.
So we talk a lot about standards prioritization in determining what is most important for us to be teaching our students. And this work isn't new to us. We have had prioritized learnings for quite a few years, but it's something that we really need to focus on and be mindful of when we're in a schedule where we're not seeing all of our students every day. So we have had this going on for a long time, but we're going to make sure that we are prioritizing time for our teachers to meet in professional learning communities, not only in the building, but across the district too, to provide for collaborative planning time. And we say many times, work smarter, not harder. And so we have so much expertise among us. And when we tap into those PLCs, we can work a lot smarter. Those content-specific prioritized teaching guides, like I said, we're not starting here from ground zero. Much of this work has already been done. And we are going to have some vertical alignment sessions during back to school week, for our teachers from grade levels and subject areas to be able to talk about what works and which standards need to be covered from the previous year. And this is language that we're used to, but if you're thinking about, what might some prioritized standards be? It's like, use strategies to determine the meaning of unknown words or phrases in grade level text. Or students will accurately add and subtract fractions, decimals, and mixed numbers and apply to real world problems. It doesn't mean that in a classroom we're only going to, focus on 5 or 8 things throughout a quarter or trimester, but those are the items where we're really going to put top priority and give students feedback against those prioritized learnings, and that's where we're going to focus our work. And I see some hands raised before I go on to grading.
Thanks, Ms. Wichman. I do think this is, as you said, work has been ongoing for a number of years. And now it's really, as we move into our fall planning, just really refocusing and making sure it's embedded in practice. So that's great. I believe it was Ms. Amundsen and then Ms. Nathan.
Thank you. Taking Chair Seelinger's lead on this for all of the people watching who don't understand our terminology. You touched on what a standard is, but maybe just define it very simply, and also vertical alignment and anything else you see that someone who hasn't been immersed in years of educational speak would want to know.
Well, a standard is, we teach to the Minnesota academic standards. So those are the knowledge that we need to be teaching at each grade level in each subject. So we are bound to those standards, but many times, like say in kindergarten literacy, there might be, I don't know, it's probably an exaggeration, but there could be 50. So in Rochester, then, we've taken a look at maybe prioritizing those because we might not be able to get to all 50 of those standards the same way, and we've determined which ones that we think are most important. And then vertical alignment in an elementary school, that might be 3rd grade teachers talking to the 4th grade teachers, or 6th grade teachers at the middle school talking to 5th grade teachers. And this year in particular, we're going to have those conversations because we want to have those conversations so we can figure out what teachers maybe didn't get to in the spring, because when we went with just 8 days of planning for distance learning, we knew that we probably weren't going to get to all of the standards. So we do want to have those conversations. So 8th grade math teacher can be talking to the high school about, normally when the 9th graders come, they'd be prepared in all of these things. last spring we didn't get to this, so you might need to focus on this a little bit more.
And correct me if I'm wrong, for those of you who have had intimate discussions with Minnesota Department of Education, I believe I heard in one of the press conferences that there may be guidance coming from Minnesota Department of Education that would give additional guidance to us on prioritizing those standards, or did I misunderstand that? If this continues for a long time, they may help us decide what's important.
I don't remember that. I remember them talking about potentially giving us guidance around grading, but I maybe have missed that. We will be watching though.
I could be imagining it. It's possible, but I made a mental note that that it's going to be very difficult to get to everything with the additional challenges. But I think our families should take comfort in the fact that our educational professionals, whether it's at the state level or the local level, will make sure that the kids get to as much as possible. And it may not all be possible, but this is a good time, again, the opportunity to really look at what we teach and what we have. The 21st century skills that are needed and such.
Thank you. Kathy?
Hi, Brenda. So I remember going into classrooms and seeing the big magnet that said today's learning target on the board. So is that still going to be some language that the teachers are going to use to communicate what today's prioritized standard is with the students? Or how does that communication happen?
Absolutely, and you can do that regardless of which environment you're teaching in, which learning model. So our teachers and our kids are pretty used to that. So yes, that will be something that continues. Any more questions about standards prioritization? I'm going to move on to the grading topic, and you remember the quandary we had last spring when grading wasn't the first thing that we worried about when we went to distance learning. And so it's something we had to figure out a little bit later, and it proved to be tricky. So for me personally, I was like, one thing we were going to figure out for sure before school starts is grading, and we have done that. So as we were updating you for the last probably 2 years, grading for learning is still going to happen, and it can happen in distance learning, hybrid, and face-to-face. And really, grading for learning, these big ideas, they lend themselves really perfectly to distance learning for sure. And it might make it, more difficult as we try to, figure some things out, especially that reassessment. But when kids are focused on the feedback and not the grade, that is really what's going to help us with grading for learning. So secondary grading is more tricky than elementary, and the task force members that were supposed to be looking at grading said, we don't think we have the right people necessarily in this group to make decisions about grading. So we got a group of principals, our union president, teachers, counselors from high school and middle school, and had another conversation about grading. And really, we put everything on the table, from traditional, the way we've got it right now, to pass-fail grading. It was all on the table. And Mike, if you want to advance to the next slide, there's one specific to secondary. And after some really rich conversation, we really came to this system quite naturally. And once we landed on it, we didn't have a lot of further discussion. We felt like there was great agreement. I mentioned, I think MDE said they potentially could be providing guidance on grading. They have not yet. We also were able to get this into the staff survey for feedback. And really the feedback that we got from staff was positive. And we feel glad that we're able to get this out there now to let our parents and students know that this is going to be how they are held accountable. And we don't anticipate making a change because we really feel that this can stand the test of time. And then elementary grading is more simple. It'll be just not yet approaching secure or not graded, and not graded only used for students who enroll close to the end of the trimester, and we just don't have sufficient evidence for a grade. And then secure isn't expected until the end of the year because the learnings are end of year targets. And this will be aligned to, this is actually a new elementary report card that has been in the works for about a year. And it's hard because you think, oh my goodness, you know, we're in this unprecedented time and we just need to slow down and stop. Well, we can't stop everything. So we are going forward with the change in the elementary grading report card. And honestly, it'll be helpful for everybody because it's much more focused on the essential standards. So I think it'll be a pretty smooth transition.
Thank you. We're going to go to Director Workman and then Director Nathan.
So thank you, Brenda. I really appreciate this. I know there are lots of parents who are very nervous about grades, and their students are as well, but I think it's around slide 34 or so. I'm curious as to how well, I have two things. How grade point average would be determined. So if you have a student who is getting a B and opts to take a pass on it, that's not going to impact his or her grade point, but theoretically, a student could get an A in one class and take the pass option in all the other classes and have a 4.0. The one problem that I see with that, which I know it's in the course guide, but I'm not sure if it's directly in policy, I'd have to check, is that students have been permitted to only take one class for a pass, and it can only be an elective class and not a required class for graduation. So if you could address those two things, I would really appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, you know, we're coming to you tonight to ask for your approval of our back to school plan, and this grading is part of that. So yes, this is a departure from what is in the course guide. And then your other question about how, you know, a 4.0, and I'll have to look into this, but I would think that's, I just remember my college days and like how many credits, you know, they would take your A was a, you know, a 4.0 times how many credits that was. So I'll have to look into that. I don't want to give you bad information. I'll have to check with Skyward folks about that. It gets complicated.
Thank you, Kathy.
So, Brenda, some of the comments from people's experience with distance learning in the spring, I think may have been a misunderstanding of the connection between this grading for learning and keeping high expectations and rigor in student learning. So can you, it may not be a fair question, but can you address that issue of that the grading for learning plan, it still has high standards and high expectations for achievement, and how maybe the components that you've developed help support that?
Well, when I think about grading for learning and think about the study session we had, was it this winter, where we had some super users of grading for learning concepts that had been already doing the principles, and they certainly had high expectations for their students. And because they were very clear, their students were really meeting their expectations. And the teachers, because they were so focused on those standards, really knew where to focus their reteaching, their reassessments, their small group one-on-one instruction. So I think, you know, maybe the lack of rigor thing in the spring came out of, you know, we had to roll back, and we said it was March 15th or whatever, your grade couldn't get lower than that. And I know that was not very motivating. It was probably demotivating for a lot of our students, but that's why we felt so strongly that we had to go into this period with a plan and a strong commitment to stick to it.
Okay. I don't see any other hands, so let's keep moving on.
And I think Carla is up next.
Yes, so the next area that we're going to cover is mental health and emotional wellness. There we go. So this slide talks more about how support will be provided. As you know, we have a number of staff members that provide support for the mental health needs of our students. We have counselors, social workers, mental health practitioners. We have therapists that are in the school setting. So we will be providing that support, again, as always, with our elementary students. That support will be in individual or small group in face-to-face sessions when they are in school. It also might happen virtually when they're not in school. But that support for sure will be in person. And at the middle and high school levels, we will have a lot of virtual support via the platforms that our students like to use that are listed on this slide. And then also we made sure that we do have an in-person opportunity for our secondary students. At the building level, students will make an appointment to come in and see one of the staff members that they have a connection with to get support for their needs in mental health and emotional wellness. We also will continue with our classroom instruction in second step. And again, second step is used at the elementary and middle school level. And our classroom teachers and counselors work together to deliver that curriculum. The next couple of bullets are focused on some of the information that we received from our parent survey. One thing that keeps coming up, and actually has been coming up before the pandemic, is the opportunity for parents to get more information on mental health, how to support their students that are struggling socially and emotionally. So we are going to set up some question and answer forums, as well as some presentations that are topic focused. And we are not sure yet if we're going to be providing that in person or virtually. Some of that will depend on where we're at in our city and our state in terms of social distancing and groups that can gather, but we will be offering those virtually for our families. And then if we go to the next slide, one of the other things that came across as a little bit of a concern was, how do people know where to find the resources? And this was for students, parents, and staff. They just didn't know exactly where to access who's available at which building and the availability of services. So we will have a dedicated school webpage for each site, and on that site all of the service providers will be listed with their phone numbers. They will have a description of the services that they can provide. And then also this is going to be the place where we will continually put out resources and education staff and families and students. As you know, we had a hotline phone number available in the spring, and we will continue to have that hotline available. There we go. Available as we move into the fall. Also, one thing that we really want to focus on is our staff wellness. So we will encourage our administrators during their staff meetings to include strategies for adult self-care. This might be providing activities or modeling mindfulness, calming activities, getting enough sleep, all of the things that we know are important for our own mental health. And then we have made a change in our employee assistance program. And this is our program where staff can access
1 free therapy session if they are in need of seeing someone individually. And we have now increased that to 3 sessions. We're working on the details of the plan and how to get that information out to staff, but we feel that that will be a great help to our staff that are struggling, as well as increase the number of staff that access that support. Any questions in this area before I move on to special services?
I'd just like to say thank you for your attention to this, and this has been a priority in the district for the last couple of years. You know, it looks like you have great opportunities for both our students, staff, and families, and I think the more that we can talk honestly about mental health and wellness helps us destigmatize those issues in our community. So I'm grateful to see these 2 slides included. Thank you. Director Nathan.
Hi, Carla. I have to agree with Chair Steelinger. We have a summer seminar that the Minnesota School Board Association is putting on these next 3 weeks, and the very first session was about school board members and the mental health programs in the school, and there were 14 points that they said that you should evaluate your school district mental health programming around, and we hit all 14 of those points in terms of what we're offering and what we're offering in addition with distance learning. So thank you for that ongoing work, because I know you've been working on it for a while. The thought I had about students and how they may not check websites for hotline numbers and that kind of access. So I'm wondering if we're doing anything with apps or apps that they're more likely to use than the email and Facebook that us old fogies might be using to make that information more accessible to them. And you know, when they're in the building and they're having a concern, they can just walk into somebody's door and go talk to somebody. But you know, when they're at home, if it was at their fingertips, I think it would really serve them well to have that one-stop accessibility.
I know that our providers at the secondary level really are going to focus on using a variety of ways to communicate to students. So you're right, they use Google Meet, Google Chat, emails. They don't talk on the phone much at all, as we know, but they are working hard to get the information out about where our students can access support. So they will be doing that in a myriad of ways, and always looking at what is the best way for our students. So it won't just be that hotline number that they see in the website, but we will have multiple ways to get that number out. So thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, special services. So I know that this is an area that has generated a lot of questions. I will say concern from both our staff and our parents about how our students with individual educational plans are getting their needs met during this pandemic time. So we have spent time as a team looking at how we can provide face-to-face service for as many students as we can. And what we have determined at this point, and all the details are not worked out yet, but we know that we will provide direct service to our students that have the most intense needs. And the definition of that for us is students that receive 60% or more of their services in a special education classroom. And those are the students that we have heard from families have had the most difficulty with accessing distance learning. So we will be providing opportunity. It will be either 2 to 4 days depending on the specific needs of the student, as well as the special program that child is in. We will be doing that early childhood through transition. The other question that we're getting is, when will families know? So we are going to make a concerted effort to contact families as soon as our plan is approved. If that happens tonight, then we might start connecting with families even as soon as the end of this week, but for sure next week. And those contacts will be to talk about the options for the child, as well as determine an IEP meeting time. One of the issues that we faced starting this last spring is that we had to amend almost all of our IEPs for distance learning. We have over 3,300 students on IEPs, so you can imagine the time and effort this takes to continually modify the IEPs. So what we are planning to do is pull together IEP team meetings, and in that IEP we will address all three models. So we know, as we've said multiple times, that we are going to be moving between one model to the next, and it could be very fluid and very quick. So if we can have a meeting and address in that IEP the services, the modifications, the accommodations that will occur in each model, then we will be more fluid in how we move through those systems with our services. So we are in the process of talking to our staff about getting those IEP meetings completed. We know that we will not be able to complete all of those that first week of planning, so we are looking at a goal of getting all of those meetings done by MEA break. Also, I think we mentioned this before, but we have some special programs such as Project Search, Rochester Academy for Independent Learning, Von Wald, etc. As much as possible, we are also going to be offering in-person, face-to-face services for our special programs. Some programs, due to how they're set up, won't allow that to happen, but we will be getting information out. The program administrator or one of the directors will connect with the students in those programs to talk about the options that are available in the fall. One other thing that we heard through the survey is that there wasn't enough collaboration between special ed staff and general ed staff. And we know that this is really critical to help our students be successful with the general ed curriculum. So we will make an effort to find time for both the special ed teachers and the general ed teachers to have that space to be able to collaborate and work together to make sure that those student needs are met and those accommodations are in place in the general ed setting. Do you want to ask your question now, Melissa, or do you want me to do my last slide?
It is somewhat of a question, more of just a kudos. When I initially reviewed the slides and saw that you were planning on getting all of those meetings done by the October break, and having had personal experience with those meetings to put plans together for kids and how time consuming they are, and I was just going to marvel at that really audacious goal. But then I heard you say 3,000 students. Do they all need meetings? Are you really doing 3,000 students by the end of October?
We do have a number of IEPs that were amended for distance learning last spring, so those services are still in their current plan. So those would be meetings that we would maybe wait a little bit further into the fall to actually have those IEP meetings. So that would primarily be our secondary students that have accurate service times, etc., in their current IEP. But yes, we have close to 3,400 students that are on IEPs. So we might not make that deadline, but we're gonna give it a try.
So I just want to say, holy cow, that's amazing, and kudos to you and your staff, and thank you for all the extra time and effort.
You're welcome. We have one more slide here, if we can move forward. One thing that I just want to remind everyone that all IEPs really are individual and based on the needs of the students. I think that was in my previous slide, but I wanted to highlight that. We can never forget that one program fits all. So we will be working with families, teachers, to make sure that the individual needs of each student is addressed in that IEP. So I want to talk about our secondary students. We are hopeful, like I said, that we will be able to meet the needs of our students in our intensive programs, not only at elementary, but also at middle, at high school, at transition, and early childhood. Again, what that looks like will be dependent on that student's need and also what parents are looking for and what works for them. We really believe that face-to-face contact for our students with intense needs is critical. For our other students that receive services through a resource room model in a small group individually, those services will continue at the elementary face-to-face when they're in school, and at the secondary they will happen virtually. However, just like there are opportunities for students that need extra help to make appointments, we will try to make that available if a student needs some support from their special ed teacher, that they will do that through the building. And again, on this very last bullet here about parents will be contacted by the first day of school to discuss the individual child's IEP. As I said before, we're going to really try with those students that have intense needs to make that contact sooner rather than later. We know families need to prepare for how much their child will be in school, so that will happen in the next couple of weeks. But I just wanted to assure all parents that they will be getting a contact to discuss the next steps for their child, either before that week of planning for our teachers or during that week. Any other questions for me?
Ms. Nathan?
Carla, you've been using the term IEP, but I know that there's another instrument that's a 504 plan. Can you talk about the difference and how those might be addressed?
I sure can. So 504 plans are for students that have a disability. It's a little bit different than an IEP in that typically students on a 504 need accommodations or modifications in their learning and not necessarily the depth of services that an IEP brings. We have a number of students on 504 plans, and even last spring and also this fall, those accommodations and modifications will need to be carried out in their general ed setting. And that's part of the reason why it's really critical for our general ed staff to be in communication with our 504 coordinators to make sure that those accommodations are in place, or if they need extra support and help with figuring out how to make that work, if they're distance learning or if there's just a couple days of face-to-face, we have a coordinator at the elementary and a coordinator at the secondary that are available to assist our teachers with making sure those modifications can be met.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Polson. What's next?
All right, this is Jackie.
Sorry, I was not paying close enough attention and having a side conversation, which we shouldn't do, right? Okay, so opting for DL, we obviously want to give parents a chance to do this, whether there's a medical need or just a severe concern about returning to school. So the surveys have already gone out to our preschool and elementary families, so they are aware that we need to have a commitment, and those responses are due this Thursday, as it says in the slide, by 4 p.m. Our principals and their staff are aware that they'll probably need to be making phone calls and maybe home visits and using those bilinguals to reach out to any families that might not have completed the survey by that time. So our goal is to get that information so we can begin the process of figuring out how we would pair kids with staff who also need to be at home. So that's a pretty simple slide.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, if no questions, I'll turn it over to Carl.
Hang on, Kathy.
Superintendent, I think I asked a question before the meeting about This slide refers to parents opting to be on distance learning, and it's through the first grading period. But what if you start as hybrid and sometime during the first grading period you would like to move to distance learning? What can you tell parents about that?
So are you talking a student is hybrid but wants to switch to distance learning, or the other way around?
Yes, hybrid, switch to distance learning once the year has started.
Well, we would have to look at an individual cases, because a lot depends on how many, and if we have all the staff arranged for our students that signed up for distance learning by this deadline, we would try to accommodate that switch if we have the staffing capacity to do that.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Carl?
Okay, I'm back. A little bit about work location. What we're proposing is that all instructional staff would work their normal schedule from their assigned work site, whether they're teaching hybrid or distance learning. That is, unless they have a medical exemption or have been asked to relocate for district purposes. And some of the main ideas that came out of our discussions about this is that it would allow for just a better teaching routine. We did hear some feedback that the life-work balance was off when people were working from home. They're working from all hours, answering questions into starting in the morning, answering questions in the evening. Our thinking is that just providing that routine, and you're at your work. When you go home, you're at home. You're not on duty as much. Even though there might occasionally have to connect with a student, we're hoping that would be just a better setup. In addition, there'd just be access to teaching materials. We did hear that also, that people wanted to get into, instructional staff wanted to get into the building during that stay-at-home order. That was some difficult conversations, or when can they go in, or can they go in? Is there somebody there to let them in? So they would have their materials would be right there. Access to support and from administration and their colleagues, access to technology devices and support, and just that reliable internet piece. I know we ordered brand new internet, and I know I've had my share of internet issues at very inopportune times. So again, I think the feeling is that working from school would just eliminate a lot of the issues that people encountered. The next a couple of slides here I have are about, should a staff member be exposed to COVID-19 if they're ill or if they test positive. So one of the things that we have as part of the protocol is if a staff member believes they've been exposed to COVID, or they're experiencing symptoms or have tested positive, the first thing we want them to do is contact their provider, find out if they should be tested or not, how long they should be, if they should be quarantined, and then let us know about that. We also expect staff to inform their supervisor as well as human resources, and we set this up last spring when we were, I see a typo there, I apologize. It should be covid-hr@rochester.k12.mn.us. We'll get that corrected. It is working under the COVID-hr@Rochester. So we set that up last spring when we had staff who had to take sick days at the very beginning prior to that April 1st time when some of this, when there was some legislation that gave sick time under the Family First Recovery Act. So we've had that email set up, and we are, as we speak, receiving emails through that if people are, right now it's inquiring about the leaves, or leaves of absence, or requesting to work distance learning, which I'll cover in an upcoming slide here. A lot of questions about this in the teacher survey. A very common question that we received is, okay, if my class, if there's a student that tests positive in my classroom is quarantined, am I going to need, as a teacher, am I going to need to use my sick time? So some of the discussions we've had is depending on your job duties, after possible exposure symptoms or a positive test, some staff might be able to work remotely if that staff member is not experiencing illness. A staff member who has become ill, they're being tested or have to stay home with a family member with COVID-19, they would be eligible for some work days that would not come out of their sick time. And that's from the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, FFCRA. This leave, and some teachers took some of these days last spring when they had to be home with a family member, but this leave is effective until December 31st, 2020. It is 10 cumulative days, so if a teacher used, say, 5 days in the spring, they would have the remaining days to use. It doesn't start over all the time. So we have a communication on the HR website about this. We will get some updated communication out about that once a plan moves forward, and just to continue to communicate what that leave that's available, because there are a lot of people who are questioning that. So again, even though it's not covered in the slide very well, if I'm a teacher and or else the paraprofessional working with the teacher, and that class is put on distance learning, we might just assign that teacher to distance learning and the rest of the class to distance learning while they're all quarantined. So that teacher isn't necessarily going to be on having to take their sick time. And we would leave that up to the teacher. If they're not experiencing symptoms, or if their symptoms are very mild, that would be their choice to say, I feel well enough, I'd like to continue to work. If they wanted to use sick time, they could do that. If they were being tested and awaiting symptoms, they could use that FFCRA leave. So we just don't, one of the first questions we always have to answer when we get a request is, can that person's job be done remotely? And that would be something that if they were quarantined, we could hopefully use that individual in some kind of role temporarily while they're quarantined, so they would not have to tap into that sick. Another concern or common theme in the survey, and this was both for staff and families, was, are there enough substitute teachers? We did survey our substitute teachers quite a bit earlier in the summer. That was something that we were doing during those first initial steps when we were pulling together some of these teams. We still have 132, now this was a couple weeks ago, active substitute teachers that replied they were willing and able to take substitute positions with the current COVID situation. We did have approximately 10% of our substitutes who asked to remove from our active subbing list. We did not use substitutes frequently during the distance learning model in the spring. However, we do anticipate, with staff being on site, and even if they're teaching DL, like at the secondary or our elementary people doing hybrid, that we would have the need for more substitutes. So we feel pretty good about our substitute situation. I know there's a lot of districts struggling with this, but we do have, I don't have it on the slide, but we did identify, I want to say, approximately 20 staff members who who are paras who could be substitute teachers. So that might be something we could, another possibility to increase our subbing pool. That's the end. I think that's the end of my slides. So if there's any questions for me before we hand it off.
I'm gonna go to Director Barlow and then Director Amundsen.
Yes, Carl, just a couple of questions. A good many of the emails that board members receive have dealt with the section, of course, you're dealing with now. But I have a question, a couple of questions associated with the slide 39, which would be work location. And what were the, if you will, benefits? Were there any benefits that could have been identified that were derived from teachers being able to work from home. I do know we were at a stay-at-home order then, and so a little tad bit different than not being so now. But I've been led to believe, just from some of the information I've read, conversations I've had, that there were a number of benefits equal to some of the 5 or so bullet points that are identified in slide 39. Because we were under a stay-at-home order, that would account for not having access to teaching materials and all the access-related issues were pretty much directly tied to the stay-at-home order. Isn't that correct?
That would be correct. That was, I mean, people were pretty much ordered to stay at home, and we had that was what we had to do.
Yeah, so suffice it to say, lessons learned. We now know, and certainly access to teaching materials under a hybrid or total distant learning could be a moot issue if teachers were allowed to work from home, as well as access to support from admin, colleagues, and technology devices and support. I guess I'm just saying or inquiring, I see some benefit value. There is, and the benefit and values that I may see are minimally, I think, equal to the quote benefits listed here. It's not necessarily my thought to try to justify or advocate aggressively for. You earlier, not during this section of presentation, but early portions of the presentation said that HR had met with the various union groups, and specifically REA. So just out of curiosity, these items here are items that were discussed with REA leadership, and they are in support of. I'm just curious. I don't know if that's an appropriate question to ask in a public forum or not, or in a forum period, but did they express any strong opposition to working from their assigned buildings versus working from home?
Yes, Director Barlow, this was a discussion with REA. Again, one of those in the last couple of weeks, kind of saying, hey, giving you an update what we're thinking with the model that we're proposing. It really, I have to say, I don't know if any benefits were really pointed out to me at that time. And as I'm trying to remember reading through the surveys, and maybe that wasn't one of the questions in the surveys, I don't remember seeing in the survey information either much advocating for working at home. So I'm not aware of anybody bringing up the positives of working at home or highlighting those with me at any point.
Sure.
And it's, I think the other thing is there's an accountability piece that goes along with it too. And we did have a couple of situations with staff where in that remote learning, lack of checking in, and we did have a couple of job abandonment issues. I'm thinking of 2 or 3 that happened during that springtime, and not that that's a widespread issue with 1,500 teachers, but we did have a couple of those to go along with the bullet points on the slide. That would be another reason, I guess, I would highlight if there were other reasons. But
okay, and I appreciate that. My final comment would be an oft-time use expression as it may relate to police reform. A few bad apples don't necessarily spoil the whole bunch, as has been said, nor do, if you will, a few challenges that a few teachers may have initially had to overcome that doesn't speak necessarily to the overall capacity of our professional educators. Not that you said that, I guess I'm just simply affirming that shared belief that we have a great bunch of individuals. We're all working toward the same goal. And I just wanted clarification regarding the leaning toward a recommendation for working on site versus from home. And you've answered that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, I believe we are going to Director Amundsen, and then Director Workman, and then Director Nathan.
Thanks. I also want to jump into the working from buildings versus working from home discussion for secondary staff. I made some notes based on the dozens of emails we received, and just to be sure that that we're reflecting what we're hearing from the staff. Here are some of the reasons that I found particularly convincing that they should be allowed to work from home. The technology was a huge theme that we heard. One, that some of the devices that secondary teachers use in the building are inadequate in terms of not having a camera and microphone. And they expressed discomfort in bringing their own devices from home, or have even been discouraged from doing so. So the internet, even though there have been efforts to improve it, they have experienced that their own home internet is more reliable in many cases. Teachers who, or staff who will need to then seek SAC for their kids if they're in the buildings, that increases the crowding that we would experience in SAC. So it would be beneficial to multiple children to reduce the number of kids in SAC by allowing secondary staff to work at home. One of the things that I was thinking of is, could there be cost savings if we didn't have to fully heat operate the secondary buildings? I'm not sure what other plans are happening within the secondary buildings, but it was a thought that I had. And so I think, you know, we were overwhelmed with input from staff that this is a particular problem area. And I think I absolutely respect what points you've made as well, but I consider it an area that I have serious concerns about. And if I understand that it might seem unfair to the elementary staff to not be able to work from home, and that maybe there's a fairness issue there, but I think that if we can reduce everybody's exposure whenever possible, it will benefit our entire community in slowing the infection rate and reducing prevalence. So I would like to see a situation in which secondary staff have the option, if their home internet or their home devices aren't adequate, we work with them. But
I'll address that one, Carl.
Go ahead.
Ultimately, you know, a couple things that Carl already mentioned. What we heard further consistently, it was very difficult for staff to balance taking care of their own children while also trying to instruct. And ultimately, I'll take his, I think it was his third bullet. We truly believe that we can provide better support for our teachers when they're in our buildings versus when they're at home, when we're trying to call them or connect virtually to help them troubleshoot. If they're in the building, we can better support them right on the spot. And I think in one of his slides he did mention there are what we were thinking, that in buildings where we are having SAC, that's I don't remember exact wording in the slide, but we said there would be some teachers that we would give the option if they have good internet and things like that at home, because of just what you said, Melissa, that we don't want to have more individuals there, which limits our social distancing. So we do know in some cases, especially those buildings where we're doing childcare, that we may need to have some teachers work from home, the ones that have the perfect setup to do that. And we also, in our communication that we sent to the board earlier today, we have ordered a bunch of webcams, and we'll continue to order more if we need more for those teachers that do not have a camera on their device that's in their classroom.
Anything else, Director Workman or Director Nathan, on work location, since we're on that particular topic?
Yes, I think I was next in the queue, so
Go ahead.
I'll speak. One of the things that the governor has said is that people who can work from home should still continue to work from home. So I will throw that out there. I won't repeat all the points that Director Amundsen made a few minutes ago, but I think they should be certainly seriously considered. So I'm curious as to, on the survey, what kinds of questions, I have several questions. So on the survey, what kinds of questions were asked about how teachers felt with distance learning, and how is it determined if teachers were not working well doing distance learning from home? And let's see, I've got some notes scribbled down here. I don't know if I can read my handwriting. So I remember when I was a kid, one kid did something wrong in the class and the entire class was punished. And I'm sort of getting a sense that maybe this is happening a little bit here, that if there are teachers who have gone rogue, that they should be dealt with individually. For me, I think that a teacher should be able to determine where they do their best teaching from. This might mean that some days they're working from home, some days they're working from their school building. But I think the professional thing to do would be to give them that flexibility to determine. And then, if there are teachers who are somehow abusing this, then those teachers should be dealt with individually. But as I recall, in the last time we had some information on this, I saw that the distance learning from home was still an option. I may have that incorrect. My other comment would be that would asynchronous teaching for secondary teachers be a little bit easier from home than it might be from school? I don't know the answer to that specifically, but a lot of differentiation does happen in a classroom. I don't know if location necessarily makes a difference to those teachers who are doing that, but I really have a problem with just making a blanket statement that teachers will report to their buildings. I hope that, if we're still doing this when the snow comes, I hope that we can still at least have snow days for staff who aren't able to get in. So thank you in advance for your response.
Well, I should clarify it. The people who I mentioned weren't necessarily teachers. There's other work groups. And that was something that was brought up in a response to a question. So that wasn't something I was highlighting. I think when Director Barlow asked me a question, I was giving some other reasons. As far as the question about the survey, I hesitate a little bit because I don't think the survey, maybe that wasn't the best tool. I guess I didn't hear through any feedback, through any survey, the feedback about DL was there's no work-life balance. And we did, I don't remember anybody saying, I like working from home, I want to continue working from home. So I don't know if that's a fair to say that the survey, and maybe I probably misspoke when I said I don't remember seeing anything on the survey. We just a couple other pieces of information related to that. Just another example, and again, like Director Barlow said, not to use this as a reason not to. And again, I don't think we were bringing up to punish people or hold people accountable. We did deal with those individuals that did have an issue with attending or being where they're supposed to be. We also had a work-related injury related to that wouldn't have happened at school pretty clearly. So there's a myriad of reasons, and I don't know if I answered your question or not, but I guess if there was feedback that distance learning was working really good for people working from home, that was something that, that never came up as, hey, we really like working from home and we want to continue to do so.
Well,
I would also add that I think you can't say enough about just the atmosphere that you're teaching from your classroom is more like you're teaching in your classroom. The students see that. I mean, it's very similar to some of my meetings when I'm having them at home. It's not the same. It's not as professional as when we're having our meetings in person. It's just not. And I think having that teacher teaching from the classroom just sends a little bit different message to the students that I'm in class, I'm in school, versus seeing someone's house in the background of the screen.
I can certainly appreciate those points, but at the same time, near the beginning of this presentation, if I recall correctly, distance learning was #1 on the staff preference within the presentation. Now, whether that had to do with having kids in school or out of school for concerns for their safety, or whether it was their own professional or their own personal preference to do so if we weren't in session, is unknown. At the time last spring, I mean, distance learning was really hard for everybody, and I think nobody wanted to have to continue to do it under those circumstances. And I also believe that there was great hope that we would not be starting with this model the start of the school year, but here we are. So I think, it's sort of like, I'll give you an example of, you may have seen some videos on YouTube or wherever with a whole bunch of musicians performing together. They're not performing together. They're each recording their own individual part with a metronome, and then all of that is compiled into one composition. So teaching to an empty classroom isn't going to have the same feel as it does teaching to a classroom with kids. So, that's from my perspective, that's not really an advantage. And I would just be interested in finding out, how many of our secondary teachers would prefer to teach from home or think they could do just as good a job or better teaching from home.
Okay, I'm going to break in, Director Workman, and apologies for that. I don't want us to get super bogged down on one very small piece of the plan. And so I'm just going to ask that if you have any new comment that you'd like to say, express in your opinion. Otherwise, I'd like to move on. We have 3 other hands, probably 4 other hands waiting. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I just would like to see it revisited, and I would like for teachers to have the opportunity to make that decision. And if it doesn't work for them, then they come into the building.
Okay, thank you. I believe Director Nathan was next.
So I'm just going to add my voice because I know when we're having conversations about the desire of the board, we need to be clear. I think that we should do a survey of some format to ask our teachers how they feel about working from home, because judging from the responses of the emails, it was probably the second most commented on component, and there was overwhelming support for wanting the flexibility to work from home. If it can't happen at the beginning of the school year because we want everybody to be on the same page, we want to make sure the technology works, we want to make sure everybody has the materials, that would be great. But we are asking a lot of our teachers, and they have shown such professionalism throughout this whole process. And if we find out from listening to them that this is something that helps them to do their job better, I hope we take the opportunity to get that feedback and respond accordingly. Thanks.
Director Marvin.
Thank you. This is an extraordinary conversation. I think we've had some an important conversation and some great information. But at this point, the end game is to determine whether or not we want to approve the base plan. And it occurs to me that what we're trying to do, which makes sense because we're humans and we care about kids and families, is arrive at all the answers for every question. And we have way more questions than we have answers. I think education is all about learning as we go, and we don't know how this COVID thing is going to end up. We just can't have all the answers. So I'm wondering if we can just focus on getting to the end of the presentation and then determining whether we approve the base plan or not. Because if we don't, we need an entirely different conversation. Now, that's not to say that all these questions aren't important, but I am convinced that whenever we get to the plan that we're going to arrive at, we will be able to figure it out with our staff and our cabinet and our paraprofessionals and our families. We'll figure it out, but we can't do that tonight.
Thank you, Director Marvin. Director Amundsen.
I agree in general with what Director Marvin is saying about let's not get hung up on the details, but we have had incidents in the past on school board where we've approved a larger plan with a smaller component in it that we didn't discuss in detail, and then in the future it created misunderstandings in implying that by approving the overall we approved all the small details in it. So I want to go on record that this is a point of contention, and when we go ahead and discuss the overall model and vote on a resolution, that I remain in, I won't say opposition, I will say concern with the request that it continue to be revisited, because the number of people we heard from today alone was a significant number.
Director Marvin.
And could I just say, and I honor that, but could I just say that what we're voting on is the model that we're going to be using, and that we've already had affirmation that the base plan is flexible and that buildings will have some autonomy in terms of what they can do. So I think it's ludicrous to suggest that we're voting on the base plan, hybrid and distance learning. That's it. And then beyond that, there are going to have to be tweaks made. We've acknowledged that tonight. And I think it's important that we honor the, sort of the overall philosophy and structure of this, knowing that in mid-October we'll reassess, but that we will not be held to the letter of every single thing that's been happening, because education just doesn't work that way. When we find out new information about our students, our staff, our families, we do what they need, what works best, not what's written in some document.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Carl on his slides? If not, I suggest we move on to technology.
Okay, so I'm going to start first that on Friday we sent out a needs assessment to all of our families through our communication when we announced the base plan for the school board approval. Today, our principals also sent that needs assessment out. The needs assessment is linked here within this document, but essentially it's asking our families what they need for technology. Do they need devices? Do they have reliable internet connection? Because as we know from the spring, that is one area that was much of a struggle for our families. So once we get those results back, they come back on Thursday. And I will tell you, we've had well over 7,000 responses now to date. So we're a little more than, or almost halfway there, I guess I should say, in hearing from our families. But our Our first priority is to make sure that each house has one device per household, and it's our goal and it's our intention that all students will receive a device if they need it. So first, we want to make sure at least every household has one device, and then if we have enough devices, we can provide more based on the need, which is why we asked how many students in your household or how many children in your household will need devices. This needs assessment has been given to our bilinguals as well, so that they can call families that are needing to answer it that may not speak English as a first language, and we added some translation components to the top of the survey this morning. Also, we're going to have resources and training available to our families, and these resources are curated by our instructional team, our curriculum and instructional team. Scripts have been written to cover a variety of topics, and some of those topics are logging into Google and Google Apps, Google Classroom, Google Meet, and then we also have specific training for our staff. And again, those were created by our instructional team. The next thing is that we talked about this earlier. All grade levels will be using the Google Education Suite for our learning management. And so essentially, this is the one platform that we'll be using as our learning management system, and it can be enhanced by instructional technology tools. So I know Director Nathan asked about that earlier. ClassKick, Seesaw, and other learning management pieces can be integrated within Google Classroom. Google Classroom just serves as a central hub for all the evidence of learning and our learning processes. And then devices, so in the hybrid model, when the students are coming into school, or in our secondary system where we have the extra supports, devices like keyboards, printers, and other high-touch surfaces will be cleaned in between users. In the next slide, we are utilizing some funding. It's the GEARS funding to buy additional devices and webcams. We know what we handed out this spring probably will not be completely sufficient this year, just because more students will be will be doing distance learning, and we will know more information in terms of how many of our families need to have more than one device. We've also purchased 400 webcams with built-in microphones, and so those can be utilized to help with instruction inside the classroom. We have parking lot Wi-Fi extensions in 13 of our buildings currently, and then we work with our partners in terms of putting hotspots on some of our mobile access school buses for mobile meals and distributing other materials. And then I do want to mention that we have partnerships with the Olmsted County Olmsted County Housing and Redevelopment Authority, which is the Olmsted County HRA that you see listed there on that screen. They're using funding to establish Wi-Fi networks at public housing projects. We also work with the Area Youth Tech Foundation, which helped us not only with devices for students in need, but also connectivity, so hotspots as well. And then there's other community partners that we're still exploring and working with in terms of additional funding to help support our community that needs that connectivity. We're working with IMAA and Families First Minnesota right now on a potential funding opportunity through Connected Minnesota to focus on digital equity amongst K-12 students. So those are the components that I have for technology tonight. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Nestler, you also get a gold star for telling us what HRA means, so I appreciate that. I did not know that one. And I see Director Nathan.
So I seem to just keep coming back to this theme about cleaning, because it's an added task that people aren't used to doing before. So again, is that going to be the responsibility of the classroom teacher, or are we, obviously in the classroom, they're trying to keep to those pods, so it might not be as important, but if they were to use tech labs or media centers, or is that going to be on a cycle with the staff in the building? How's that going to be handled?
That's a great question. I think for the most part, it'll be on classroom teachers to assist with that. I think, in our hybrid model, students will probably be bringing their technology to and from home, and it'll be the district issued technology. So we're trying to limit the sharing if at all possible. There are cases where we will likely have to dismantle computer labs in order to hand out devices to our students. So I would expect that the sharing would be minimal just based on how we're going to have to distribute those devices. But for instances where they are using a lab or a shared device, we're working with the facilities and safety group in terms of a video and cleaning, so that we can use the spray that we have as a district and the cloth to clean those keyboard pieces.
Okay. Other questions on technology? Okay. Looks like we're getting on the bus next. Go ahead.
All right. On transportation, new this year is that all of our families need to opt in, which means they need to tell us or sign up for transportation. I put the link there. Families who responded by the original deadline of July 27th, we're working on routing them. We do plan to mail routing by August 21st. That doesn't mean received. We're hoping a postmark date no later than August 21st. Obviously, we're still working on trying to split the kids and figure out the A and B groups and all that. And then this is something we haven't really highlighted too much before, but if people are able to, we really would encourage people to just drive their own kids. That would help keep the numbers on the buses down. But certainly we're going to meet our obligation and transport those who need it and qualify for it. So 50% capacity, what that looks like on a normal big yellow school bus is about 39 students. And if a student is riding in one of our minivans, that's going to look like about 3 students. As mentioned before, the elementary students are going to be dismissed about an hour earlier in the afternoon, so we are working with the bus company to make sure that they can provide drivers, but that should still work because that's about the normal secondary time, and with the secondary students all in DL, that should work out. And then I did put a comment in there about DL Plus, as the superintendent had talked about DL, Distance Learning Plus or Distance Learning with supports. We need to figure out what the process is on transporting students to the school to meet with a secondary teacher if they need those supports.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson, for filling us in on transportation. I have a question about on transportation on the routing and how, is there going to be any sort of thought given to, as students get separated into A group, B group, how that might dovetail into our transportation needs? And just mentioning that because knowing when we looked at our bell time study, knowing how long it takes and how many hours and it takes for them to reroute the transportation pieces. Now, these wouldn't be rerouted necessarily, but any concerns or challenges that you foresee?
Yeah, I think they were trying to sort students based on a family ID, and so they're going to take a first pass at that and just see how the numbers sorted out. If they did like an odd number family number and then the even numbers, and which really doesn't mean anything to the public or even the staff. It's just one way to sort out the kids approximately into half, and hopefully that comes out pretty close to what we need it to be.
Okay, and then this might be a little bit beyond your scope of your slide, but in terms of safety for our traveling students, will we do some messaging around, you go to the bus stop and if you're there with someone else, you stand 6 feet apart and that sort of thing, and I'm sure those have been discussed somewhere. Maybe not with you, because I know this doesn't always be your area.
Yeah, that didn't come up necessarily in my working group, but we do provide bus safety lessons that's required once a year, and so that would be a perfect time to cover those, as well as just the way we are trying to dismiss this year into groups so that people do stay apart at least when you're leaving the school. So kind of all that kind of education teaching can be done.
Great, thank you. Director Amundsen.
So I'm curious, when we were at 100% distance learning in the spring, we were using our bus routes to distribute meals and other things that needed attention. If we're both bringing some kids to the buildings, but also bringing meals to those who aren't coming to the buildings, is that creating additional busing needs, and is there a cost associated with that, or how are we able to do both?
We still need to meet with our contractors on that. That's something that we need to still work out the fine points of how to do this. So more to come on that.
Understandable, but I am confident that we'll work out all of the kinks. I'm just curious to know once we figure that out.
And maybe Amy, I'm assuming it's Amy, going to talk about school meals, so maybe we can circle that back, and she might have a little insight on how the buses are going to do double duty and carry half a load of kids and a trailer of food behind them. I don't know. So, any other questions on transportation? I don't see any hands raised. So, okay, let's move forward.
All right, we can see the light at the end of the presentation, so to speak. 4 slides left. School-age childcare. We want to talk about 2 different pieces of this. We will plan to have our traditional before and after school program at all the elementaries on in-person learning days. So the students who are coming to the building for in-person learning will be able to come early and leave a little bit later with care to make a full work day for parents. Under the governor's order, we do have to continue something that began in the spring, and that is childcare for the children of critical workers. And this time around, they've required us to serve critical workers in what they call Tier 1. So on the slide there, you see a list of the categories that are included in Tier 1. And since we started in the spring, they have added educators to Tier 1. So our own teachers' children actually qualify as Tier 1 now. The difference between the 2 models comes in scheduling and in fees. So the before and after care is the traditional fee-based model where you pay for the morning sessions and or afternoon sessions that you need. You set up your calendar in advance, all of that. The childcare for critical workers is limited to those Tier 1 critical worker categories. It is free of charge for the school day portion. Now, if someone wants to add before and after care to the free portion, they certainly could pay to do that. It would be at the same site. And right now we're looking at a middle school potentially to be our main site for that care, since there won't be other students in that building, at least at this point. We don't want to put the critical worker care into the elementaries where we're trying to maintain 50% capacity. So those 2 programs would operate. We're calling it all childcare or SAC, but just want people to realize that there's 2 different versions of that going on. So the critical worker piece, we did in the spring, and we will again ask people to indicate the category of critical worker that they are. It's intended for folks who don't have another option. And we don't quite know how many to expect. We are doing, as part of the needs assessment, a broad question about childcare. And then starting Monday, August 17th, we will do formal registration for our community Tier 1 workers. If possible, we'll get our teachers signed up just prior to that. But we will open that up about August 17th. And then we will maintain wait lists if we reach the staffing capacity that we have. We expect staffing to be potentially our biggest challenge, I guess, in this situation, because we don't normally offer childcare during the school days. And so many of our traditional childcare workers either have other school district or other jobs during that time of day, or are attending and participating in college courses during the middle of the day. So we will certainly be staffing up for this. We'll start pretty conservatively to make sure that we have plenty of staff for the people who need the program. And then if we get to a point where we have space in the program, we can open up beyond Tier 1. But to begin with, we're going to be pretty narrow on that just to make sure we don't overpromise on the school day portion. I'm going to talk about school meals next, but are there any questions on childcare?
I have a question, Amy, about childcare that came up a little bit earlier, several hours ago. I shouldn't joke, but about, is there ways that we can help families, not help them find outside childcare if they need it, but when I think about the strong community partnerships that we have in many ways, and I know you're in conversation with lots of folks, lots of time, but kind of that, start with SAC, but then will SAC be able to maybe have a few ideas to refer people as they get full or options don't work out?
I would say we are in regular conversation with those partners, and we would absolutely refer people. It's hard to tell. We had only between 80 to 100 people in the spring. We're planning for potentially double that. If we, really get inundated, then we could have an issue. But it's really hard to predict until we do some registration, right, and know how many people really want to use the service. So I know that we're trying to get this done as quickly as possible and figure out a site and how much space we have and how much staff we have. We will try and staff up as to meet the demand, I guess. Mm-hmm. And we'll absolutely refer to partners as much as we can, if we can't meet the need.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly a chicken and an egg. You have to know what's there, and that's difficult. But appreciate that this is above and beyond again area of support. So thank you. Talk about food.
All right. So I think I heard a comment a few minutes ago about using the buses to carry food out into the neighborhoods. The reason that happened in the spring, or one of the reasons, was that the governor ordered that we pay out the contracts that the district had committed to for the 2019-2020 school year. And so we had already committed to paying for those buses, and so they were available to us to use for a number of different things. I don't think we're sure yet what will be available until we get everything routed. So at this point, our plan with school meals for distance learning families would be the same type of pickup sites that we're running this summer. Not necessarily the same buildings, but we would try and place those sites around the district so that whichever quadrant you live in, you're close to one of the sites. And we have put a question in the survey about kind of the time of day that would work best for people for us to have those sites available. At this point, unfortunately, the federal government has not approved the waiver that allowed us to offer free meals through the spring and summer, to anyone under 18. So at this point, we're planning to go back to a normal fee-based meal program like we would during a normal school year. And we'll have to do that in the pickup line. So we're thinking about ways to do that. But that makes it very important for families who would qualify for free or reduced price school meals to make sure that they have completed their application so that they're cleared, as soon as possible. And we have the link in the presentation. We've also mailed to all the households. There's an online tool you can use that's pretty self-explanatory as you get through it. Or people can visit us at the Edison building if they need some assistance. But it will be important to fill that out. There is quite a lobbying effort going on in Washington to ask the USDA to extend that fee waiver. But if they don't extend it, then we will have to return to a fee-based meal program in the district. But we would provide our regular breakfast and lunch on school days, and we considered doing some meals in the classroom, but the safety group really, and the food group, I guess, opted against that because of the other health issues that come from spreading food around the building and having to collect trash and liquid milk and things like that around the building, potentially congregating around those trash areas. So what we're asking buildings to do is really schedule the lunch hours in a way that pods can come through and not mix with other pods that would happen to be in the room, and good cleaning in between and things like that.
So just to reiterate one thing then about the school meals is that would be a potential difference is that if you drove up, you might have to know your students' lunch number to be able to key in some way to, as if you were a regular. So mom and dad may need to learn lunch, or grandmas might need to learn lunch numbers.
And we are working on that we'll have some kind of a card that we can provide to families that they can have with them so they don't have to remember that number. And then we would probably not use shared number pads anymore, so we'll have a way either electronically or manually for staff to enter that number so that we're not passing a number pad around.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, and thanks for feeding our kids all summer.
Mm-hmm. All right, this last one for me is on extracurriculars and community education. You are all well aware, I think, that last week the high school league made some decisions on fall sports. And so because our district is not at the virus transmission level that would require distance learning at the secondary, we can still offer these athletic programs. So we will plan to move ahead with that under the strict social distancing. There are pod limits of 25 in sports. They're encouraged to be outdoors, spread apart, and masked unless they are doing heavy cardio, exertion. And so the coaches are aware of that. They will follow the sports guidance from the Minnesota Department of Health. Other extracurricular programs that may not fall under the high school league would really just need to adhere to the strict social distancing, the masking or face coverings, the hand hygiene piece, not sharing equipment if at all possible, those kinds of things so that they can avoid transmission through the activity. And so we would work with those, or the schools would work with those activity leaders and students to make sure that they had a preparedness plan in place to cover all of those safety protocols. And then I can speak for community ed. We have been offering a mix of small group and in-person learning as well as our SAC program all summer. We've had excellent low transmission rates. We really just had one case in the Childcare program this summer, and that came from a substitute staff member that was only working one day, but it happened to be during her communicable phase, and so we did have one pod that we had to quarantine for a period of time, but that's 450 kids that have been served in the program elementary level for the summer with just one pod affected. So we're feeling pretty good about that. I don't want to speak too big because tomorrow's another day. But our following of the recommended guidance appears to be successful with those younger students. And so we will continue that. We've also offered small group in-person adult programs through enrichment and through the Hawthorne Adult Literacy Program, where they have a mix of students in the classroom and online right now. So we will continue those as long as we're able to maintain the very low transmission rates.
Thank you. Any questions for Amy on this?
Thank you.
Okay.
And I get to close it all out here with finance. So, as mentioned last week, we are tracking the different direct expenditures that we've been making for potential federal reimbursement. Heather mentioned earlier that we ordered some webcams. I approved that purchase order today, and right now it's not technically coming from federal funds because we need to work that into our actual application to get approved by the Department of Education, but we're tracking all these things. We'll have time to still thoughtfully think through what we want to put in the plan and submit it for approval later. So,
any questions for John? Wow, you're escaping at the end of the program here, Mr. Carlson. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking, colleagues, that I'll give us a moment. If there's any other questions on the plan, that we ask those now. Then I am going to make a motion that we take a short break, just to kind of get ready for our next part. When we come back, I would ask for a motion to move the resolution to action so that we can discuss it, and then go on from there. So just trying to keep my Robert's Rules of Order kind of in the correct place. Director Nathan.
So I think this is a question for the superintendent, but and sorry if I missed it, but explicitly, where are paraprofessionals going to fit in to the components of this plan? How are we using them to our best advantage?
Well, some will be used to support learning, and some will have to be used for childcare and other, I don't know about S&S, but we do anticipate, just like we did last spring, that some of them will be used for childcare as well.
Sorry, is that a building level decision then?
I would say it's a district and building level decision.
So once you know the needs, like for how many students you're going to have in certain models and how many childcare registrations you have, then you're going to kind of have to suss that out a little bit.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on the plan? Sorry, taking notes and trying to look back and forth. Director Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Director Seelinger. Superintendent Munoz, there were a couple of dates which were identified. One was date certain for parents to advise the district as to whether or not they were going to go full distant learning. The other one was that of requesting a device or support by certain time frame. I'm just curious, and I may have missed the response to these if these points were raised earlier. I'm curious as to how well of a job do you think we've done in informing the community of these threshold dates, and what happens if the compliance isn't what we would desire?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the exact number of how many have completed those already, but I do know once, I think Heather might have mentioned it on the device questions, buildings will be making contacts. If they have not received the survey back from families, they will be making personal contacts to try to get that information from them.
Thank you. And then as far as those who are opting to go full-time DL, who may be K through 5?
That'd be the same thing.
Okay.
The buildings will know which ones haven't filled out a form, so then they'll have to make out individual calls to make sure that they have made their decision one way or the other.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And as a grandfather, Don, perhaps you can make sure your grandkids are getting their forms filled out. I'm teasing you. You know that, Director Barlow, right?
Absolutely.
Any other questions, board members? I'll pause for a moment. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to recess for 7 minutes. Can I have a second?
Again, don't think we need a second or a motion, but I'm all about that.
Okay, whatever.
7 minutes, let's do it.
Okay, we will return at 10 p.m. Thank you. reconvene at 10:02 p.m. Thank you. All right. Having had a lengthy presentation and robust discussion, at this time I would ask for a motion to move the resolution to action so that we can discuss it.
So moved, Marvin.
I'll second it. Seelinger. Any discussion about moving this to action? Ms. Edgar, will you call the roll call vote to move this item, this resolution to action?
Ms. Amundsen.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Mr. Schlusner is not here. Chair Seelinger.
Here. Aye. I'm still here.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
It is now an action item. Okay. I will read the resolution. It's lengthy. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 directs the superintendent to implement the following base learning model to open the 2020-2021 school year: hybrid pre-K to grade 5 and distance learning plus grades 6 through 12. And be it further resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 authorizes the superintendent, after consultation with the school board chair and notification to the school board, to select and implement a different learning model for the school district or any specific school buildings without school board action if the superintendent reasonably believes that prompt implementation of a different learning model is necessary, and that constraints of time and public health considerations render it impractical to hold a school board meeting to approve the implementation. The learning model selected and implemented by the superintendent shall continue in effect unless and until the school board, in consultation with the superintendent and appropriate school district staff and public health officials, deems it in the best interest of the school district and its students to implement a different learning model. And be it further resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 directs the superintendent to provide regular updates to the school board regarding the school district's efforts to implement COVID-19 related educational and public health guidance issued by the MDE and the MDH, respectively.
Move approval, Marvin.
Thank you. I need a second. I'll second. Ms. Edgar? Oh, sorry, discussion. I knew I was going to miss one. It's been moved and seconded. Okay, discussion. So those of you trying to keep track of me and my Robert's Rules of Order, not completely up to speed, but it is now an action item. The resolution has been read. Generally at this time there's discussion on approving the resolution. If board members would like, I would suggest that perhaps we, if you want to give a short final statement before we call the question and vote on the base plan model. Is there anyone that would like to go first? Director Marvin.
Yeah, never shy about speaking out. We all know, we're keenly aware of the fact that we are not going to come up with a solution that is going to fit the needs of every family or every student. And it's heartbreaking. And we all feel keenly the pain, the frustration, the fear of our families. But given that the amount of input we've had into this plan with a Mayo physician who's a team leader at Mayo, with the director of public health, with our teaching and learning community, our mental health experts, our special education experts, curriculum and instruction, transportation, facilities, childcare input. There are more questions that are not answered than are answered, but I am convinced that those experts with decades of experience in these fields know what they're talking about, and I would feel very uncomfortable for this board to say we know better than they do. And I think that at this point, this is the best plan we can offer our students and their families.
Thank you, Director Marvin. Director Workman.
I have a question for clarity, please, as to exactly what it is we are approving. To make it clear, we are approving the base learning plan, which is this 52-page PowerPoint and everything that's on it. I asked for clarification on two things. One was the issue with grading, which Ms. Wichman said she would get back to us on, and the other was the robust discussion we had concerning distance learning. Quite some time ago, if I remember correctly, we had to vote on a document that involved swimming pools, and we approved it, and when it came up later, it was, well, too bad you've approved it. So I would just like to go on record that I have some issues with those two particular points. I don't know how to resolve them right now, but everything else that Director Marvin said, I concur with.
Thank you, Director Workman. Director Amundsen.
Following up on what Director Workman said, I have similar concerns. My two sticking points about what hasn't been addressed tonight would be the requiring staff to report in person, and also I think there was an unclarified question about the district-wide options, but I don't need those answers now. I just, again, like Director Workman, I want to go on record saying that I don't consider the overall approval, meaning that we're okay with all the small points, and I appreciate the administration's willingness in making sure that those things are ironed out and run past us when applicable. I also want to thank everybody for this lengthy meeting and their patience in that, because as Superintendent Munoz said towards the beginning of the meeting, this is one of the most difficult decisions that a school district has to make. So I think it deserves all of the time and more that we've spent on it. So I am thrilled with the level of detail and the amount of work that the administrative team has put into this. I'm really impressed and grateful, and it comforts me, and I hope it will comfort staff and families in hearing the level of depth and detail given to both safety and each child's education. I want to reassure everyone who's reached out to me, whether it be email or in person, that I have considered every single point that they've made. Unfortunately, when people are weighing in on both sides of an issue, that means you can't represent every single person's point because they're opposing views. And I can see both sides of a lot of things. The folks who have childcare concerns, the folks who are concerned about educational progress, the social needs of the students, the emotional needs of the students, the challenges that families will face whenever there's any kind of an adjustment in what's required of families. So it's very difficult. I care about the staff and their concerns as well, but ultimately we have to do what's best for children. we received an email from a physician and an immunologist who referenced an estimate. It's just a projection. I don't want the media to say, you know, the school board now thinks that children are going to die, but it was a very sobering email that said, you know, it is possible to do calculations that would indicate that during this pandemic, 4 children in Rochester could die. Now, that may or may not happen. It may or may not happen with or without schools being open. That's not at all what I'm saying, but I'm saying that that type of issue is what's weighing the heaviest on my mind. So all of that is to say, I am glad that the recommendation coming to us is one step more conservative than what the state is recommending. The governor's press conference was very clear that he recognized that every district has unique challenges and that there's no one-size-fits-all model, and that the districts know what's best for themselves. And I know there's a lot of people who are upset that we would go one step more conservative or more distant than the recommendations. But if we can't implement all of the safety and educational pieces required without confidence in the fidelity, then this is the only recommendation that is safe to go with, that's reasonable to go with. So I feel for the families who are going to have challenges related to childcare or supervision, and I feel for the students who don't get the full experience that they deserve. But this is not a perfect situation. I don't think there's anybody who hasn't had significant adjustments to their lives and challenges as a result of the adjustments needed to get through this pandemic. So everyone is doing the best that they can, and I'm really very, very grateful for all the people who have put the work in. So if I had my druthers, you know, my inclination would be to go 100% distance learning, but that's me as an individual and as a parent. That is not me as a school board member. As a school board member, I am in support of the recommendation that is coming before us.
Thank you, Director Amundsen. Director Barlow.
Is this a perfect plan? No. That does not mean it's not a viable plan. And I'm thankful there are a number of things that are built into the plan, to include the COVID advisory team that will continue to reevaluate and every 6 weeks, you know, provide additional guidance, feedback. And the resolution itself this evening also has built-in provisions to allow, should the need arise, adjustments to occur within individual schools or on a district-wide basis. So that's a viable plan, one that is able to take into consideration all the known variables, as well as making provisions for what is unknown, even at this point. I did not begin tonight's study session with a made-up mind, and what I did bring to the table, however, or the virtual meeting room, rather, was a number of parents who reached out to me and or called to express their views, and parents myself that I reached out to get their views, parents of students who are attending Rochester Public Schools and who have vested interest. And the thing that really stands out most in my mind at this point is the student voice of those students, of the parents that I first spoke to and then asked if I could speak to their children, and they said yes. And this one child who does participate in fall athletic programs and has for, well, since he's lived here in Rochester, said, yeah, I'm going to miss that. But he went on to say, but if by staying home, I can potentially help my fellow schoolmates to be safe, I'm willing to do that. Now, this is a freshman, and I'm thinking, wow, that said a lot to me. And so I'm thankful for the opportunity. Ideally, yes, we could not necessarily approve this tonight and allow parents and students to continue to provide input, but I think we're pretty much going to be where we are, 6 one way, half a dozen another way, and so I'm glad this has been moved to action, and I'm anxiously anticipating the opportunity to vote.
Thank you, Director Barlow. Director Nathan.
I'm going to try not to repeat what a lot of people have said, but I think it is fair to agree that this is the hardest decision I think I've ever had to make in any of my professional experiences. The messages that I've heard from teachers who I respect immensely, from students, from the emails, from parents, every single one of them weighs on my mind. But I'm also a checklist maker. And I know that there have been many people from the state level to the county level to our cabinet and our staff who have spent a lot of time making their lists and checking them twice. And I've read so many pages of documents that have given the district guidelines on this work. And the phrase that kept coming in my mind is the boxes are being checked. So when I look at the plan and I look at what we're required to do and what we're recommended doing and how it's laid out, the boxes are checked. But that plan is just the foundation of our success, because the words on paper now have to come to life. And I think that's where a lot of the anxiety is being expressed, is how is this going to work in practice? So I'm encouraged that this resolution includes a component of regular updates from the superintendent to the school board, and thus the community, because all of you can tune in. Because our parents are not going to be able to walk into the buildings every day to volunteer or to go help out in a classroom or walk their kid to the class, because they're just not going to be allowed in the buildings. And they're going to need the confidence to hear it from our superintendent, from our board, from other presentations about how this is being implemented successfully. So we need to go forward with that mindset that having a plan isn't the end. Continuing communication is only the beginning. And I agree with what Director Barlow said in terms of the feedback from the community, that it needs to continue. We need everybody who is part of our system to have their eyes and their voices on how this process works, because we have the flexibility to adjust to COVID changes in the prevalence of the virus, But we have to be flexible, not just to the demands of COVID, but to the needs of our staff and students and families. And I think if you look at the plan, there's a lot of levers. I think Mr. Briggs talked about levers at the beginning, that you push and you pull one lever to see what the impact is on COVID. Well, it's the same thing with the workings of our education system, the pushing and pulling of levers. And there's a lot of levers in this plan that can be adjusted as we go forward. So what I ask of the people who are anxious and who are concerned is to keep using your voices. Don't stop contacting your building principals or your superintendent or your school board, because the one bright thing that's come out of this has been all the emails that we've gotten, because we've gotten a lot of insight as to how you feel about our school system, about your schools, about your teachers, about the education your kids are getting. And that's the only way we make it better, is if we keep hearing what you need and we figure out how to respond to it. I agree with Director Amundson about the, and again, I think Mr. Briggs said this too, the conservatism of this plan. That we are looking ahead to what we may be facing from COVID, and I think providing consistency over at least this time period to the end of October. And I appreciate the fact that we have set a firm time for reevaluation for the end of October. So given that my boxes have been checked, and I urge the continuation of the flexibility and the listening to stakeholder voices as we implement this, I'll look forward to voting.
Thank you. Director Workman wanted to have a few more thoughts. I'm not sure about Director Amundson, because her hand is also raised. Director Workman?
Thank you, Chair Seelinger. Yeah, so I jumped in with a couple of my sticking points that I didn't really put forward. All of the other things that I think are so incredibly important about this plan. One of the things that I was just absolutely blown away with were all of the moving parts that had to work together. The teamwork that's been exhibited by this group of 160 people who worked so hard to pull this together, all the considerations that were given to try and attempt to meet the needs of our 18,000 students plus in the best way that we could, and for all of the conversations that occurred with our health experts within the community, with the superintendent and the cabinet together, the information that they brought back to us, as Director Nathan so well said, checking all of those boxes that are really important, that we've been charged to meet by the state before we select a plan. I hope the community is able to understand some of the very great challenges we have in opening up, even just for hybrid, in terms of the transportation issues, keeping kids apart on the buses, and all of those other factors that most parents really have no need to think about on a daily basis. Like others have stated, I very much appreciate all the thoughts that have been sent my way. Conversations with different folks have been excellent. I appreciate all the different perspectives. As a parent, I think I would have probably preferred to have distance learning for all of our grades, but I think that given the evidence that we've been presented, that the hybrid for the elementary and the distance learning for secondary is the way to go for now. And I appreciate the fact that we will be getting regular updates. I have every confidence in this team of experts who continues to work on our behalf. And I would really like to thank them for all of the hard work they've done, the many, many hours they have put into this, the amount of stress it's taken to not only continue the normal operations of a school district, but also to figure out all of these other things. It is nothing short of remarkable. So my heartfelt thanks to all of you for participating in this process and providing the board, or I should say for me anyway, all the information I really needed to feel that I had to make a sound decision. So yes, I am very much in support of this decision.
Thank you. Director Amundsen, did you have anything else?
Yeah, brief clarifying question on the wording of the resolution, because some words are open to interpretation. It says that we'll receive regular updates. I'm hoping somebody can define the word regular or give a guesstimate on how often the item will be on our agenda.
In terms of on the agenda, I think this item should be on every agenda meeting going forward. I am but one, but I think that's reasonable.
I would concur.
That would be my expectation. Okay. All right. Okay, I got through everybody.
Jean's hand
started. Oh, Jean, is your hand up?
Well, it was, but it wasn't. It was just this way, not on the thing.
Do you have anything new to add, Jean,
No.
before I make my remarks?
Thank you. And because we have been told that Olmsted County gets updated every 2 weeks, I think that's a reasonable expectation of being updated every 2 weeks.
Thank you. Director Nathan?
I was going to ask if you were looking for consensus for that schedule of updates. So I would concur with a regular schedule of updates based on when the information is available.
Thank you. All right. So as chair, I get to start the meeting, and as chair, I get to end the meeting. Thank you to Superintendent, Cabinet, the over 160, what? I haven't said anything. Wendy apparently is giving me the hook coming in at the end. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll just say that. As my colleagues know, I have watched some other district board meetings on this topic, and I am impressed with the depth of our presentation, the depth of our questions, and I think we really have something to be proud of here in Rochester, Minnesota. My few points are, as one of my good friends points out often, in the spring, we were doing pandemic learning, pandemic district learning. We are now moving into fall. Fall will look different for our students. Our staff, our teachers, our administration have been working hard to know what things we need to change to make it better for our students. So thank you, anonymous friend, for continuing to point that out to me. I also have a plea to our community, our businesses and organizations, but our employers. Our parents are going to need some flexibility. This is going to be a challenge. We can't do this alone. We need you to figure out with your employees how they can have a flexible work schedule, if possible, and also support their child's learning at home. We need you desperately, now more than ever, to help us. My third highlighted note, wear your mask. We have to get through this together. I know it's a broken record. We want all our students back in school, face-to-face with their teachers. We want them there safely. We can do that as a community if we follow mask wearing and social distance guidelines. I know I'm on a soapbox, but this is my plea. We have to do this to help our students get back in class. Everybody hearing my voice can help us do that. I have a senior, and I don't know what his senior year is going to look like. But I know it's going to be okay, because I have put him in the hands of this district through good times and bad, through hard years and easy years. I have to believe that our students are going to be okay, that everybody you see tonight making a decision, everybody who presented, everybody who's not here who worked on this, is putting the health and safety and well-being of our students and our staff first. Jean?
Yes.
Do you have something to say? No? Would you like to call the question?
Oh, that.
I was tossing it to you, Jean. Come on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Deborah, you have spoken from the hearts and the minds of so many parents in this district who they're in the most precious things in our lives are our children, and there has never been a more terrifying time. So thank you for that, because for our school district, it's not just professional, it's personal. It's about the futures of our children, and they are all our children. So thank you for that. And I call the question.
Thank you. Ms. Edgar?
Miss Amundsen,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Miss Marvin,
Aye.
Miss Nathan,
Aye.
Chair Seelinger,
Aye.
Bergman.
Aye.
The resolution has passed unanimously. Thank you, board members. Thank you, audience. Thank you, cabinet staff. We are adjourned at 10:34 p.m.